Okay, so order. Order. The subcommittee on supply will come to a meeting to order. Is now 6:20 to consider estimates of the Department of Natural Resources, and we're going to call the meeting to order and ask the minister to read the resolution. Is that correct?
No, we have to go to the opposition.
Okay, sorry. So we'll go first. We go to the opposition. MLA from. Sorry. Cape Breton Center, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair. And my understanding is the minister has her resolution ready to be read, and so we will be happy to give her that time to read her resolution.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, thank you to all the staff that's here this evening that has supported me through the estimate process. Certainly could not do this without them. It's great to have the opportunity to share with you and with the committee the work of the Department of Natural Resources. How Budget 2026 will support some really important work for Nova Scotia. When I took on this role in the fall, I will admit I was nervous. I knew I had big shoes to fill from the former minister. But that's not all. I also knew the big responsibility this department has in protecting Nova Scotia's future. On the one hand, we need to ensure that our province is as beautiful and thriving for generations to come. And DNR plays a key role in that. And on the other hand, Mr. Chair, I know well that we need to continue to provide the things that Nova Scotians value the most: healthcare, social opportunities, safe communities, and public infrastructure. All of these things that cost money. Mr. Chair, the opportunity for a new focus on responsibly developing our natural resources is not lost on me. We have the opportunity to unleash Nova Scotia's untapped potential. No pressure, right? But here's what I know. We need to dig in. It will take all of us working in new and different ways to become the economic powerhouse I know that we can be. We're attracting investment to our communities because we've sent a clear signal that Nova Scotia is open for business. This is how we grow our economy. This is how we provide the things that Nova Scotians value the most. This is how we create good jobs, stronger communities, and more opportunities right here at home. And Mr. Chair, we're doing all of this safely and responsibly because we know the value of our rural communities. They are home to good, salt-of-the-earth people who make Nova Scotia a wonderful place to live, to work, to study, and to raise a family. One of the most visible parts of DNR's work is the provincial park system. DNR is responsible for managing Nova Scotia's parks, beaches, campgrounds, and day-use areas, places that millions of Nova Scotians and visitors use every year. As visitation continues to grow, Department of Natural Resources is investing in infrastructure renewal, safer facilities, and improved visitor services, while protecting the natural values that make these places so special. That includes trail maintenance, beach and water safety, campground operations, and ensuring parks can handle increased use without damaging ecosystems. Mr. Chair, as a proud resident of Queens County, I don't talk about forestry in the abstract. I see it every day. I see the trucks on the road, the small contractors, the mills, the private woodlot owners, and the families whose livelihoods depend on getting this right. Forestry isn't theoretical, God, can't you say it? Theoretical, where I come from. It's personal. The truck drivers, the mill operators, the harvesters, the contractors. They're why the work that the Department of Natural Resources is doing in forestry is focused on balance. We need a forestry sector that continues to support rural communities right across our province. But it's also about their children and their grandchildren and the Nova Scotia we're leaving behind. We need strong environmental stewardship and sustainable forest management. Department of Natural Resources is leading forest planning, inventories, and regulatory oversight to make sure our forests are healthy today for generations to come. We are focused on biodiversity, regeneration, and long-term forest health, while still allowing forestry to be an economic driver, because sustainability and economic activity are not opposites. They go hand in hand. We talked a bit during my time here last evening about the Leahy report. And that balance is at the heart of the report. I think it's important to understand that the Leahy report was never meant to be a checklist of actions that government simply just ticks off and moves on from. What Leahy was very clear about and what government accepted is that this is a fundamental shift in how we think about forests and forestry in Nova Scotia. The Leahy report called for a new paradigm, ecological forestry. That means putting healthy ecosystems and biodiversity at the foundation of every forestry decision, rather than trying to mitigate impacts after the fact. It is a move away from one-size-fits-all approach and towards managing forests in a way that reflects how they function in nature. At the heart of that shift is the triad model, which changes not just what we do on the land, but how we plan. Under the triad, forests are deliberately managed for different purposes: conservation forest, mixed-use working forests, and high-production forestry areas. This is about being intentional, protecting biodiversity where it matters the most, managing mixed-use forests more carefully, and concentrating timber production on appropriate lands so we reduce pressure on sensitive ecosystems. On Crown land, we currently have 10% of our forestry land reserved for high production forestry, 35% towards conservation, and 55% mixed use. When you consider that Nova Scotia has a very, very small amount of Crown land compared to private land, this means just a fraction of our land is being used for high production forestry. That is why I often say this is a cultural change. not just a policy change. It affects how decisions are made inside government, how science is used, how we engage with communication with communities and partners, and how the forestry sector plans for the long term. It requires new planning tools, new training, new expectations, and a willingness to move from old habits to new practices. And that takes time, Mr. Chair. We are now in the phase where Leahy is moving from paper to practice. Since implementing ecological forestry, the province has begun approving harvests within high production zones and introducing updated practices in mixed-use forests. That transition from designing the framework to applying it on the ground is exactly what Professor Leahy anticipated. And it is why implementation is phased rather than rushed. It's also important to say clearly, Leahy is not anti-forestry. In fact, it recognizes that a productive, economically viable forestry sector is essential, especially for rural Nova Scotia. What it asks for is that forestry be aligned with ecological realities so that the sector is sustainable, so the sector is resilient and publicly trusted for the long term, not just for the next harvest cycle. So when people ask whether Leahy is done, my answer is no, and it never really will be. In government, we like to check boxes and count our progress. But Leahy is a way of thinking and operating. It's not a box to check. It's about embedding ecological forestry into how we manage land, how we make decisions, and how we balance environmental responsibility with economic opportunity today and for generations to come. And that's why we need to continue to strengthen the forestry economy, especially in rural Nova Scotia. Forestry remains one of the most important natural resource sectors. Department of Natural Resources is advancing work on the provincial forestry strategy to identify practical evidence-based ways to increase productivity, support value-added processing, and position Nova Scotia to compete in challenging global markets. We'll work hand in hand with the forestry sector. I talk to them very regularly. Actually, I think most of them have my cell phone, by the way it rings. While I thought I knew a lot about forestry since becoming Minister of Natural Resources, I have had the chance to learn a lot more. I continue to be impressed by our forestry sector every day. And I know the sector deeply understands their work depends on healthy forests, and that their work helps those forests, keep those forests healthy. We all know that good forestry management today protects the forests for tomorrow. Their resilience, their innovation, and their commitment to responsible stewardship. How the industry is rooted in new technology, improved practices, and better science. And we are seeing meaningful opportunities emerge. New companies are stepping up with modern solutions. Companies like Nova Sustainable Fuels, who are exploring sustainable aviation fuel, and Viterra, who is working with Ledwidge Lumber in Enfield to produce low-carbon fuel oil from forestry byproducts. The Mass Timber Company, who is planning to use sustainably harvested Nova Scotia wood to produce high-value, low-carbon building product. Mr. Chair, these are exciting opportunities that will strengthen the future of our forestry sector. And we'll continue to look for new opportunities in this sector that can create good jobs close to home. We also know that we need to update the rules that govern forestry. Our legislation, our policies, our processes, they need to reflect today's realities, including carbon markets, sustainable forest practices, and long-term land stewardship. These changes are about clarity. They are about fairness. And they are about making sure our framework supports responsible forestry while maintaining public trust. And finally, Mr. Chair, we are investing in the long-term capacity of the forestry system itself, from regeneration and nurseries, to data, to planning and skilled staff. These investments matter because forestry is changing. And we need a system that can adapt to climate change, market volatility, and evolving expectations. I mentioned in my opening remarks last evening that we are investing $8 million per year for 3 years for a low-grade forest products assistance program. This program will help forestry contractors and private woodlot owners move low-grade wood to market, reducing wildfire risk and stabilize fiber supply. This is something the industry has been asking for. We're also doubling our contribution to the gas tax access road program. This program helps provide woodlot owners to build roads for forestry. To manage our forests and harvest timber, the industry needs roads to access these areas. It helps with building and upgrading resource roads for silviculture and other woodlot management activities. Forest Nova Scotia runs this program, and it's chronically oversubscribed. So, Mr. Chair, we're tripling that amount available, increasing our annual contribution from $720,000 to $2.5 million. So when I talk about forestry, Mr. Chair, I'm talking about jobs, I'm talking about communities, and I'm talking about stewardship. I'm talking about making sure that people in places like Queens County, that I call home, and right across rural Nova Scotia, that they can continue to rely on forestry, not just today, but well into the future. Like forestry, Mr. Chair, mining has always played a role in Nova Scotia's economy. You don't have to look far to find a Nova Scotian whose dad or grandfather was a coal miner. And those coal miners' daughters and granddaughters, they're proud people. Mr. Chair, I mentioned last night my own grandfather supported his family as a driller in a gold mine about 10 minutes from where I grew up. I may have stolen someone else's line, but I like the phrase, "This is not your grandfather's mining anymore." What we are seeing today is a fundamental shift in why mining matters, how it is done, and what it means for our future. Across the world, demand for minerals is accelerating at an unprecedented pace. Clean energy, electrification, food production, healthcare, defense, and modern infrastructure all depend on secure access to minerals. Batteries, wind turbines, medical equipment, communications technology, and transportation systems are all mineral intensive. The global clean energy transition is driving sustained demand for critical minerals, and jurisdictions that can supply them responsibly will shape the next generation of economic growth. Mr. Chair, everyone in this room has a smartphone. Some of us even have two. Did you know that many of the critical minerals, did you know that many of the critical minerals in those smartphones can be found right here in Nova Scotia? The batteries are typically made of lithium ion. Graphite helps enhance battery performance. Cobalt helps the battery last longer. The speaker and microphone contain rare earth elements. The touch screen has gallium. And throughout the phone, there's conductive metals like copper, silver, and gold. These and many other critical minerals that can be found right here in Nova Scotia. I also learned, Mr. Chair, about critical minerals that go into MRI machines. We know how important MRI machines are in healthcare. Mr. Chair, I know you've just probably gone through MRI yourself with your surgeries. We know how important these images are for your tissues, your organs, and how they help medical professionals make key diagnoses. Did you know that to make those images, an MRI machine uses powerful magnets and signals from the atoms of your body? Those magnets, coils in the machine, and other electronics all use critical minerals, things like cobalt, things like silver, silicon, and copper. Life-saving technology that could be made from minerals mined right here at home. Nova Scotia has made a clear decision. We are open for business, and we intend to be a reliable, ethical, and sustainable supplier of the materials we need and the world needs. If these minerals are not produced responsibly here in Nova Scotia, they will be produced elsewhere, often in jurisdictions with weaker environmental protections, weaker labor standards, and less transparency. We are seeing globally what happens when minerals are extracted without strong regulation. Environmental devastation, forced labor, child labor, and severe health impacts on marginalized communities. These realities are well documented, Mr. Chair, and serve as a reminder that weak governance does not make impacts disappear. It just shifts them on the most vulnerable. Developing resources at home strengthens Canadian supply chains, improves energy security, and creates good-paying jobs locally, while reducing resilience on sources linked to unethical practices abroad. Mining today is not about choosing between the economy and the environment. It's about recognizing that responsible development is part of the solution, economically, environmentally, and ethically. That is why Nova Scotia launched its critical mineral strategy in 2024 and expanded it in 2025. The strategy identifies minerals essential to clean energy, electrification, defense, healthcare, and advanced manufacturing, while also recognizing strategic minerals like gold, gypsum, and aggregates that are critical to building our province and our infrastructure. This strategy is not a list on paper. It is backed by real investment and real action, Mr. Chair. Mineral exploration alone contributes between $35 and $50 million each year to local economies across Nova Scotia, and operating mines generate hundreds of millions more in economic activity. For too long, Nova Scotians' mining potential was constrained not by geology, but by process. Investors and operators told us clearly that long, uncertain permitting timelines were holding projects back. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to call you Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, we listened and we have acted. Over the past year, Nova Scotia has cut mining permitting timelines by approximately 50%, while still maintaining strong environmental standards. We launched NovaMine, a one-window digital permitting system that gives companies clear visibility into approvals and allows them to interact with government in a transparent, predictable way. This is about efficiency, not deregulation. It's about clarity, not shortcuts. We are also modernizing geoscience through Nova Geoscience, digitizing historical records, building a provincial critical minerals atlas, and improving mineral databases. Strong data reduces risk. It improves land use planning, and it ensures decisions are based on evidence, not speculation. These changes are being noticed. Nova Scotia has delivered one of the largest improvements in mining policy performance in Canada, climbing rapidly in global rankings as an attractive place for responsible mining investment. Exploration activity is increasing. The number of new exploration licenses has doubled, and companies are choosing Nova Scotia because the regulatory environment is now clear, it is now predictable, and it is now supportive. This momentum matters because mining investment is global and it is competitive. Jurisdictions that do not provide certainty are simply bypassed. This is not theoretical. Major projects are moving forward. The second largest mining company in the world, Rio Tinto, just staked ground in Nova Scotia. The Goldberg Gold Project, one of the largest private sector investments in rural Nova Scotia in a generation, has received full approval and is projected to create hundreds of jobs and billions of dollars in economic impact. Processing and value-added projects are also advancing, ensuring more of the value chain from exploration to finished products stays right here in Nova Scotia. Mining jobs in Nova Scotia are well paid. They are highly skilled and often located in rural communities where economic opportunities are critical. On average, wages and benefits in the sector exceed $100,000 annually, supporting families and strengthening local economies. Let me be very clear, Mr. Chair. Being open for business does not mean lowering standards. Nova Scotia's mining sector operates under strong environmental assessment requirements, rigorous regulatory oversight, and community engagement expectations. Responsible development and environmental protection are not in conflict. They reinforce each other. Strong standards are what give Nova Scotia credibility in global markets and public confidence at home. That is why Nova Scotia is actively promoting its mining opportunities internationally. Our Premier and senior officials are engaging directly with developers and investors at global forums like the Prospectors and Developers Association of Canada Conference, PDAC, making it clear that Nova Scotia is serious about critical minerals, serious about responsibility, and serious about economic growth. Mining is not just about rocks in the ground. It is about economic resilience. It is about ensuring that the materials the world needs are produced in places with strong rules, strong values, and strong accountability. Nova Scotia has the opportunity and the responsibility to be one of those places. We are open for business. We are fixing what held us back. And we are mining the materials the world needs, right here, at home, done right. Mr. Chair, forestry and mining are two important parts of our work. Another is the critical role we have in being a steward of our Crown lands. When we talk about conservation and land use planning, what we are really talking about is how we make smart, long-term decisions about Nova Scotia's land. Decisions that protect what matters, support communities, and allow responsible economic activity to happen in the right places. The Department of Natural Resources has a clear responsibility, a responsibility to manage Crown land and natural landscapes in a way that balances conservation, stewardship, and sustainable use. Achieving that balance requires planning, it requires data, and it requires coordination right across government. Land use planning is now a core function of how Crown lands are managed in Nova Scotia, embedded directly in legislation and departmental structure. By bringing land strategy, planning, and stewardship together, Department of Natural Resources ensures that decisions about forestry, conservation, mining, recreation, and infrastructure are made with a single integrated provincial lens rather than in silos. This approach improves consistency, it reduces conflict, and it strengthens evidence-based decision-making. It allows us to look at cumulative impacts, consider trade-offs, and make choices that stand up over time. Good land use planning is not about saying yes or no everywhere. It is about putting the right activities in the right places. Through integrated planning, the Department of Natural Resources distinguishes between areas best suited for strict protection, areas appropriate for recreation and public access, and areas where sustainable economic activity can occur under clear rules. Provincial parks prioritize recreation and conservation. Nature reserves protect unique or sensitive features. Wilderness areas conserve large representative landscapes. and working forests and crown lands support managed use within defined limits. This structure allows Nova Scotia to protect biodiversity while still supporting forestry, while still supporting mineral development and other land-based activities where they make sense. One of the most important shifts in the Department of Natural Resources work is that wildlife is no longer treated as a standalone file. Biodiversity considerations are embedded into land use decisions across Crown lands and working forests through ecological forestry standards, old growth policy, species at risk protections, and integrated resource management. This means conservation is considered upfront, not retrofitted at the end. It leads to better outcomes for ecosystems, fewer conflicts, and clearer expectations for communities and proponents. Ultimately, the Department of Natural Resources work in conservation and land use planning is about stewardship, ensuring that the decisions that we make today do not limit the choices of future generations. By investing in coordinated planning, setting clear conservation targets, grounding decisions in science, and integrating conservation into how land is managed every day, Nova Scotia is building a land use system that is thoughtful, that is balanced, and is resilient. And it ensures we can generate economic activity where and when it makes sense. Within this work is our work in wildlife management. Department of Natural Resources conducts wildlife surveys, monitors populations, manages species at risk recovery, delivers hunter education and licensing, and responds to nuisance and distressed wildlife. This work ensures wildlife populations are healthy, sustainable, and managed responsibly. This is how we protect what makes Nova Scotia special, while still allowing our province to grow, to adapt, and to thrive. Mr. Chair, speaking of protecting Nova Scotia, I am so proud of the work that we are doing within Department of Natural Resources to support public safety. As Minister of Natural Resources and Emergency Management, I see firsthand how closely these responsibilities are connected. Wildfires, floods, extreme weather, evacuations, enforcement, recovery, they don't belong neatly in one department or another. They require coordination, shared planning, and clear leadership. Since the 2023 wildfire season, our departments have been working deliberately together, aligning, oh, sorry. No, it's gonna tickle my throat. Sorry. Oh my gosh, I haven't my duty anymore. Okay. Since the 2023 wildfire season, oh my gosh. I'm sure some people are really happy this is happening. Since the 2023 wildlife season, our departments have been working deliberately together, aligning planning, sharing intelligence, coordinated training, and building common systems so that when emergencies happen, thank you, government responds as one team, not as a collection of silos. That collaboration has fundamentally changed how Nova Scotia prepares for and responds to wildfires and other emergencies. Wildfire risk in Nova Scotia has changed. Longer dry periods, climate conditions, and increased development in forested areas mean wildfires are no longer rare, isolated events. We need to treat them as persistent public safety risks. The 2023 wildfire season was a turning point. It displaced families, it destroyed homes, and it tested every part of our emergency response system. The lesson was clear. We cannot rely on a reactive model anymore. Since then, the Department of Natural Resources has shifted wildlife management from a traditional suppression model to a modern wildfire readiness system focused on 4 things: prevention, rapid response, modern equipment, and strong interagency coordination. Wildfire readiness is now treated not just as a forestry issue, but as a core public safety and climate adaptation responsibility. Readiness requires capacity, and capacity requires investment. Department of Natural Resources is modernizing wildfire equipment, aviation resources, and training so that crews can respond quickly and safely when fires break out. We have strengthened aerial support, invested in specialized training, and improved operational readiness across the province. At the same time, we're investing heavily in prevention because most wildfires, Mr. Chair, in Nova Scotia are human-caused. The Fire Smart programming, education, improved burn restriction enforcement, and community resilience are now central parts of the wildfire strategy, not afterthoughts. The goal is simple: fewer fires, faster response, and safer outcomes for communities. A critical pillar of wildfire readiness, and one that Nova Scotians expect to work when it matters most, is aerial response capacity. When we talk about aerial services, it's important to recognize that helicopters are one of the most versatile and critical tools Department of Natural Resources has, not just for wildfire season, but all year round. Nova Scotia's landscape is rugged, forested, and often difficult to access quickly from the ground. Helicopters give us the ability to move people, equipment, and information rapidly, often in conditions where time matters the most. That makes them indispensable for wildfire response, emergency operations, enforcement, and land stewardship. In an era of increasing wildfire risk and more frequent emergency events, reliability is not optional. That's why we are refreshing the fleet. 2 of our 4 new helicopters have arrived already, and the last 2 should be here by summer. I've heard the team describe the helicopters as the Swiss Army knives in the air. Our air service takes on a lot, and these helicopters allow us to fight fires, move crews and equipment, support our public safety partners, monitor forest health, conduct wildlife monitoring, and respond to emergencies, often all in the same day. Mr. Chair, during a wildfire, our helicopters play a really critical role. Getting to a fire quickly, precision drops of water, moving crews, delivering equipment, and evacuating people. We also know that sometimes we need to be able to drop large amounts of water. That's why we have strengthened our wildfire capacity through dedicated water bomber services. We have secured a contract for 4 land-based fixed-wing water bombers and a Bird Dog aircraft, stationed in Nova Scotia for the full wildfire season. These aircraft are available from early May through the end of September, giving the province predictable, guaranteed aerial suppression capacity during the peak risk periods. This approach reflects a deliberate shift away from relying solely on ad hoc mutual aid during emergencies, when aircraft may already be committed elsewhere and the costs are significantly higher. By contracting capacity in advance, Nova Scotia improves availability response time and cost certainty, while reducing the risk of aircraft simply not being available when fires break out. These aircraft are fully integrated into the province's wildfire response system and operate in coordination with ground crews, incident management teams, and emergency operations centers. Ultimately, investment in aerial services are investments in public safety. They allow Nova Scotia to respond faster, protect communities more effectively, and reduce the risk that small fires turn into major disasters. Combined with prevention, enforcement, and ground-based readiness, aerial capacity is a cornerstone of the modern wildfire strategy, not a luxury, but a necessity. And as wildfire risk continues to evolve, Nova Scotia is making it clear that readiness, reliability, and coordination are non-negotiable. This brings me to enforcement and specifically the role of the Conservation Officer Service. Conservation officers are often the first on the scene when something goes wrong on Crown land. They respond to wildfire hazards, unsafe structures, illegal dumping, environmental damage, and public safety risks in remote areas. While they are ultimately game wardens, their work is no longer limited to traditional resource enforcement. It increasingly overlaps with emergency response and public safety. That reality demands change. Department of Natural Resources is now in the process of modernizing the Conservation Officer Service to ensure officers have a clear mandate, appropriate authorities, modern training and equipment, and strong oversight and accountability. This modernization is informed directly by lessons from recent wildfire seasons, where conservation officers were called on to support evacuations, hazard mitigation, access control, and coordination with emergency responders. Modernization is not about turning conservation officers into police, and is not about expanding their role beyond what is appropriate. It is about recognizing the job that they are already doing and ensuring the service is fit for purpose. The work underway includes reviewing the legal framework that governs the service, clarifying roles and responsibilities, and strengthening officer safety and ensuring consistent enforcement practices right across our province. We are also strengthening oversight and accountability because public trust matters. A modern service must be professional, it must be transparent, and it must be clearly accountable for its actions. This work is being led carefully with external expertise, stakeholder engagement, and coordination with policing and emergency management partners. The objective is a modern professional service that supports stewardship, safety, and emergency response without scope creep and without confusion about roles. Nova Scotians expect government to be ready when emergencies happen. They expect clear roles, fast response, and decisions that put safety first. Through stronger collaboration between natural resources and emergency management, modernized wildfire readiness, and a renewed conservation officer service, Nova Scotia is building a public safety system that reflects today's risks and tomorrow's challenges. This work is ongoing, but the direction is clear: prepared, coordinated, and focused on protecting people and communities. Mr. Chair, Department of Natural Resources has a wide range of professionals doing critical work. Nearly every decision the Department of Natural Resources makes is underpinned by science, by data, and by mapping. Department of Natural Resources maintains the provincial forest inventory, collects wildlife and biodiversity data, manages geoscience and mineral mapping, and uses GIS and aerial data to inform land use planning and enforcement. This data allows Department of Natural Resources to assess cumulative impacts, identify risk early, and make evidence-based decisions about where conservation is needed and where development can occur responsibly. Investments in aerial services, modern technology, and digital systems are important. But behind all this work are humans: biologists, geologists, forest techs, GIS analysts, wildlife technicians, land admin officers, surveyors, and forestry modelers. Similarly, aircraft are only as effective as the people who operate them. And we have some of the absolute best pilots in Canada. Pilots who love this province and all that it has to offer. Department of Natural Resources is one of the most regionally embedded departments in Nova Scotia. Through a province-wide network of field offices, Department of Natural staff live and work in the communities that they serve. They deliver services directly, from Crown land approvals and inspections to park operations, fire crew, enforcement, and wildfire response. This regional presence ensures decisions are not made from a distance. It allows Department of Natural Resources to respond quickly to local issues, work closely with municipalities and landowners, and adapt policies to real-world conditions on the ground. Mr. Chair, these are the people doing the work right across our province. While I'm here with you talking about our work, they're the people who make the department run. I am immensely grateful for their expertise and their dedication to public service. I could not do this work without them. Mr. Chair, Budget 2026 is anchored in a clear theme: defending Nova Scotia. From the Department of Natural Resources, that means harnessing our natural resources to strengthen the economy, building resilience against climate-driven challenges and global uncertainty, and seizing every opportunity to become the economic powerhouse we know we can be. Our estimated budget, as it has been read, is more than $131 million. This budget positions Nova Scotia to seize global opportunities. It strengthens wildlife and climate resilience. It supports sustainable forestry innovation. It invests in our parks. And it continues to advance a long-term strategy for critical minerals and rural prosperity. Mining and forestry create some of the best jobs in rural Nova Scotia. This budget helps ensure those opportunities grow. If a company wants to invest in Nova Scotia, if they are a good corporate citizen, if they will create good-paying jobs, then we are ready to work with them, Mr. Chair. This is how we defend Nova Scotia. This is how we build prosperity. And this is how we secure a brighter future for our children and our grandchildren. That's what Budget 2026 delivers, Mr. Chair. And with those brief comments, I will proceed to read the resolution for my second favorite department. Just go ahead and read it. Therefore, it be resolved that a sum not exceeding $131,455,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Natural Resources pursuant to the estimate.
Thank you, Minister. Shall the resolution stand? Yes. The resolution has stood. I thank you very much, Minister, and we're going to take a 5-minute break while we set up for our next department. Order, please. The subcommittee will come on supply will come to order. It is now 7:20. The subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates of the Department of Justice as outlined in Resolution E14. Be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $536,436,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray the expenses in respect to the Department of Justice pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite the Minister of Justice to make opening comments of up to an hour, if they wish to, and to introduce their staff to the committee.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, colleagues, and others watching today. It is a privilege to be here to discuss the work of the Department of Justice and the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge the team of talented and dedicated professionals who work behind the scenes. Every day, public servants take on complex issues, balance competing priorities, support people in different situations, and carry responsibilities that often go unseen. They respond to the evolving needs of Nova Scotians with professionalism and commitment, and I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my sincere thanks to them for all they do. From the team and joining me here today from the Department of Justice are Alex Ikajani, Deputy Minister, and Li Jin, Executive Director of Finance. Also joining us from the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism is Shakira Weatherton, the Executive Director of Strategic Policy and Engagement. I will start by speaking more about the work of the Department of Justice. I joined the department as Attorney General and Minister last fall, and since that time I've had the opportunity to meet with and work alongside many talented Department of Justice employees. I'm proud to sit here today and tell you more about the important work that's underway. A guiding principle of the work at the Department of Justice is ensuring Nova Scotians have accessible, equitable, and inclusive access to justice. To that end, our team leads a vast portfolio of programs and services that support access to justice and the safety and prosperity of all Nova Scotians. Our responsibilities at the Department of Justice are carried out through 8 divisions. The first division is Public Safety and Policing Services. This division has responsibilities for police oversight, including management of the Provincial Policing Services contract with the RCMP, licensing and regulating private security services, administration of the Federal Firearms Program, cyber safety, and oversight of service dogs. The second division is Court Services and Sheriff Services. This division manages and supports the administration of the province's court system, which includes our 24 courthouses across the province. The division provides administrative support to provincial and federally appointed judges, courthouse security, and the safe transport of persons in custody, and civil enforcement, as well as numerous family law programs. The third division is the Correctional Services Division. This division includes 2 core programs: Community Corrections, which is facilitated within 22 offices province-wide, and the operation of 4 adult and 1 youth correctional facility. The fourth division is Justice Support Services. This division includes victim services to help victims of crime and their families, the Maintenance Enforcement Program, which enforces court-ordered child and spousal support payments, and the division also administers the restorative justice programs. The fifth division is the Policy and Corporate Services Division. This division administers justice policies, providing advice on access to information and privacy, research, and strategic planning services. The sixth division is the Accessibility Directorate, which is charged with leading the province to become more accessible through the implementation of the Accessibility Act and Access by Design 2030 government's roadmap to a more accessible province. The seventh division is the Legal Services Division. This division provides legal services and advice, including litigation support, to the Government of Nova Scotia and all its agencies and Crown corporations. It is also responsible for the publication of the Royal Gazette. And lastly, the Gender-Based Violence Division is our newest division. It is tasked with collaborating across government and with our partners to prevent intimate partner violence and support survivors. Our dedicated employees work in communities in every corner of Nova Scotia, including correctional officers, sheriffs, lawyers, probation officers, forensic social workers, court administrators, policy analysts, victim services navigators, youth workers, and firearms experts. As Attorney General and Minister of Justice, I'm also responsible for several arm's-length Crown agencies, commissions, and other offices. These include Nova Scotia's Medical Examiner Service, Nova Scotia Legal Aid, the Office of the Police Complaints Commissioner, the Nova Scotia Public Prosecution Service, the Public Trustees Office, the Serious Incident Response Team, the Workers' Compensation Appeals Tribunal, and the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission. I'm also responsible for the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, the Elections Act, the Ombudsman Act, as well as 169 other pieces of legislation. Our total budget for the upcoming fiscal year is $536.4 million, and this includes $460,000 in continuing support for the Ministers' Roundtable on Gender-Based Violence and the High-Risk Domestic Violence Table. This is part of the $5.2 million overall investment from the Department of Justice for continuing support for domestic violence and part of government's more than $115 million overall in the gender-based violence supports for Nova Scotians in 2026-2027. $2 million to continue funding for the African Nova Scotian Justice Institute's work to address systemic racism, and $2.6 million to increase public safety and enhance policing services across the province with a single records system for all police, one of the recommendations from the Comprehensive Policing Review and the Mass Casualty Commission. Mr. Chair, on the topic of policing and public safety, I want to talk about a number of initiatives in the Department of Justice that are aimed at improving public safety. One of the recommendations of the Mass Casualty Commission was for Nova Scotia to undertake a comprehensive review of the structure of policing in our province. In 2025, our government announced the results of the independent review carried out by Deloitte Canada and government's response. At the outset, I'd like to thank the thousands of Nova Scotians that participated in this review, including police officers, community members, municipalities, justice system partners, and members of the public. The recommendations of this report, which were accepted, focused on 6 foundational changes, including actioning the following. 1, a unified records management system. 2, enhanced policing resources. 3, layered policing. 4, establishing community safety boards. 5, providing policing standards. And 6, a new billing framework for municipalities served by the provincial police. We are committed to bringing a stronger system of public safety and recognize our policing partners and municipalities across the province do this as well. Since the results of the review we released in the summer, we have met with municipalities and police leadership across Nova Scotia. As we have committed to our municipal partners, this work will take years, not months, to complete. We will continue discussions with municipalities in the coming months respecting a new billing model. But I'm happy to discuss the commitment made by government in this budget to develop a new unified records management system for policing in Nova Scotia. Mr. Chair, I'd like to take a few minutes now to talk specifically about the gender-based violence and intimate partner violence and how the Department of Justice is working with our government and community partners to stop the violence and support those it impacts. Last year, we established a dedicated gender-based violence division within the Department of Justice. This division helps ensure a coordinated survivor-centered approach to addressing gender-based violence. They support the province's whole-of-government response to gender-based violence, working alongside survivors, community organizations, and partners across justice, police, health, and other sectors. The division strengthens prevention, early intervention, and system effectiveness. This coordinated approach is critical as addressing gender-based violence requires sustained collaboration across government and with community partners. It leads administration for the Minister's Table on Gender-Based Violence and serves as a lead for the Nova Scotia's highest risk domestic violence table prototype. Mr. Chair, recognizing the importance of working with community and those on the front lines, last fall, Nova Scotia convened the inaugural meeting of the Ministers' Table on Gender-Based Violence. The Ministers' Table is co-led by myself and the minister responsible for the status of women. The goal of the table is clear: to advance coordination, prevention, and response on gender-based violence. The Ministers' Table brings together community leaders, ministers, and senior officials from 9 separate departments. It is intentionally structured as a working table focused on driving action, accountability, and system-level change. We know that lasting progress requires listening, partnership, and action. In the past few months, we have deepened our connections with communities, strengthened our structures for collaboration, and reinforced our capacity to support victims and hold offenders accountable. This work is urgent and ongoing. We are building on momentum, learning from those who are the most affected, taking deliberate steps towards safer communities for all Nova Scotians. Mr. Chair, survivors of gender-based violence must be treated with respect, and a range of services that are available to help survivors navigate the justice system exist and are being enhanced. The Department's Victim Services provides multiple supports and services for survivors of crime and specific supports for survivors of gender-based violence. Victim Service navigators are trained in trauma-informed practices and are there to help victims throughout the court process, including supports for making victim impact statements, which help ensure survivors are heard and the court has a full understanding of the impact of these horrible crimes. In addition to these supports, Victim Services offer other programs to help people who have experienced gender-based violence. The first of these programs is the Independent Legal Advice Program. This program provides survivors of gender-based violence, including people impacted by human trafficking, the opportunity to access up to 4 free hours of independent legal service. Survivors can access this advice at any point. It does not require a police report. Through Victim Services, we also provide the Criminal Injuries Counseling Program. This program helps victims pay for professional counseling services to deal with trauma resulting from the crime. This program is available to victims of a violent criminal offense, immediate family of a person who's been murdered, survivors of human trafficking, or to people personally injured while trying to stop a crime. Mr. Chair, while supporting survivors of human trafficking is important, we are also committed to working to prevent people from becoming victims of this serious crime. Human trafficking causes deep harm to survivors, families, and communities across our province. A coordinated response is key. Nova Scotia has a dedicated human trafficking unit, specialized prosecutors, and human trafficking victim service navigators who support survivors and connect them to services across the province. Mr. Chair, human trafficking demands a strong public safety response, but also a compassionate, trauma-informed approach. The Mass Casualty Commission and the Desmond Fatality Inquiry are also part of that same commitment, taking a comprehensive, trauma-informed look at how we move forward with a stronger, more coordinated system. We remain committed to working across government and with community to address recommendations made by the Desmond Fatality Inquiry and the Mass Casualty Commission. Our response to the recommendations focuses on addressing the causes of violence, breaking down systemic barriers, and improving the safety and resilience of communities. To ensure progress, the government has created a group of associate deputy ministers to track and support implementing the recommendations, and we will continue to engage with community as we move forward with this work. This work will take several years to achieve the kind of society-level change that we need and we're working toward. But rest assured, we will not waver in this task. Mr. Chair, changing topics now, I want to talk more about our work to address illegal cannabis sales in Nova Scotia. Last December, I issued a directive to all police agencies in the province to intensify enforcement aimed at stopping illegal cannabis operations. Cannabis was first legalized in 2018 with clear and shared goals. 1, to protect young people. 2, to keep the profits out of the hands of criminals. And 3, to ensure adults who choose to use cannabis could do so with safety, with tested and regulated products. The parallel illegal market undermines each one of these goals. Illegal cannabis shops are not harmless. They operate entirely outside of the law and the safeguards that exist to prevent youth access. For example, there are no age verification standards, no product testing, and no accountability. Nova Scotians cannot be assured that products sold illegally are safe, accurately labeled, or free from harmful contaminants. And the proceeds of illegal cannabis can flow into organized crime, helping finance other legal activities. Illegal cannabis is not a victimless activity. Government has a responsibility to reduce these risks, protect Nova Scotians, and uphold the rule of law. And the law has been very clear. Any cannabis dispensary that is not operated by the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation is illegal. It is a time to start treating illegal cannabis like we do alcohol. This is not about punishment for its own sake. It is about preventing harm and maintaining the integrity of a system built to keep people safe. Protecting Nova Scotians means addressing these dangers directly, reducing risk wherever possible, and ensuring cannabis is sold safely, legally, and responsibly. Mr. Chair, another important commitment of this department is work around accessibility for persons with disabilities. Making our province accessible means making sure everyone is included in all aspects of everyday life. Our government is committed to leading by example and enabling a more equitable and accessible Nova Scotia through the implementation of accessibility standards. An accessibility standard is a set of regulations under the Accessibility Act with the purpose of preventing and removing barriers that people with disabilities face. We continue to make progress to develop accessibility standards in the areas of education, employment, goods and services, information and communications, and public transportation. The Built Environment Accessibility Standard was the first to become law this year and will help ensure the spaces where people live, work, learn, and play across Nova Scotia can be enjoyed by people with disabilities. In May, we released the province's 2025 to 2028 Accessibility Plan, which shows what the government of Nova Scotia will do over the next 3 years to prevent and remove barriers. This is the third multi-year plan released under the Accessibility Act. It reflects collaboration across all 29 government departments. We have made very good progress in implementing the previous 2 plans. We have increased our efforts to build capacity as leaders in accessibility. We have developed new mandatory accessibility training for all government employees and accessibility confident leadership training for managers and supervisors. New resources on understanding ableism were launched last December as part of the International Day of Persons with Disabilities and celebrations. Now, we've also created new ways for people with disabilities from across Nova Scotia to provide their advice to government through the Accessibility First Voice roster. We've made accessibility improvements at provincial parks and beaches and service delivery by removing barriers at courthouses and by supporting municipalities and many other organizations with their accessibility initiatives and plans. I'd like to thank the Accessibility Directorate staff and the Accessibility Advisory Board for their committees and all of our partners across the province for the hard work and commitment to making Nova Scotia more accessible. Mr. Chair, our work with the Accessibility Directorate reinforces that building an inclusive province requires deliberate action and a system-wide commitment. That same commitment is driving the transformation of the Human Rights Commission. Nova Scotians deserve a fair, respectful, and supportive process when they bring forward human rights concerns. Our goal is to make it easier for people to be heard and to ensure the process reflects the diverse needs and experience of all of our communities. To help achieve this goal, we are working in partnership with the Human Rights Commission staff, commissioners, and the community to modernize current practices at the Commission. It is important to note that no significant updates to how the Commission administers its mandate have been undertaken since 1968, when I was 2. The work underway will look to address these challenges and create a more accessible, inclusive, and responsive system. Last fall, we contracted a consulting firm, Narrative Research, to carry out community engagement and jurisdictional research. We wanted to hear from Nova Scotians directly about how the Commission's processes could be updated to better serve the public. A survey was launched last September and closed in October. Written submissions were also collected. Interviews, focus groups were also among the forms of engagement used to collect feedback. Hearing directly from Nova Scotians about their experiences and ideas for improvement to help inform how we do this important work, I look forward to providing public updates as this work advances. Mr. Chair, I'd like to shift topics to that of access to justice. Government is making significant investments across the province's criminal justice system to increase efficiency and support access to justice. Our courts have innovated and shifted rapidly to use more virtual services, and we continue to fill vacancies. Government continues to provide support for every level of court in Nova Scotia, from the Court of Appeal, the Supreme Court, the Provincial Court, to smaller courts such as the Small Claims Court. This year, we are providing $3.179 million in new funding for the operations of these courts. This includes $195,000 in increased funding for the domestic violence courts in Halifax and Sydney. Excuse me. Mr. Chair, filling court vacancies is essential to keeping our justice system moving by having cases heard on time and delays reduced. Last month, the acting director of the Public Prosecution Service, Rick Woodburn, was named the service's new director. He brings 26 years of prosecutorial experience to the role and has been a strong leader in this position as acting director. We also recently filled all vacant positions in the provincial court with the appointment of 3 new judges recommended by an independent judicial advisory council. Mr. Chair, timely access to justice also depends on access to legal representation. Nova Scotia Legal Aid supports access to justice and is an important pillar of our justice system. Government provides about 80% of legal aid funding, one of the highest provincial contributions to legal aid in Canada. Government provided additional funding in 2025-2026 and is further increasing funding by $5.1 million in 2026-2027 to help encourage more private lawyers to represent legal aid clients. Modernizing and enhancing justice services in Nova Scotia also means looking at how we work and how we can improve. To that end, this year we will continue to advance the digital transformation of courts with the introduction of a digital modernization at the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal. Now, this investment will enable Nova Scotians to access and submit court documents online, quickly and easily, no matter where they live. Mr. Chair, to support timely access to justice, last September we opened Nova Scotia's first dedicated bail court to improve efficiency and reduce backlogs and delays in the provincial court. Located at the courthouse on Spring Garden Road in Halifax, the bail court is currently hearing matters from Halifax and Dartmouth, both in person and virtually. Bail hearings from more districts will be added over the next several months. We have also implemented a new web-based scheduling tool for provincial court to increase efficiencies. We are also close to reopening the parkade at the Halifax Law Courts and are designing a new Justice Centre for Truro. Minister Ritz will be very pleased to hear that. Mr. Chair, I've already outlined some of the great work happening in our Victims Services Division to support victims of crime. I'd now like to focus on the division's critical work to support families to get court-ordered spousal and child support payments they are owed through the Maintenance Enforcement Program. Now, that program helps almost 23,000 Nova Scotians make or receive court-ordered child and spousal support payments totaling almost $56 million a year. It supports more than 9,500 children and collects and pays nearly $150,000 in child support and spousal support each and every day. We have made many improvements over the last several years to increase support payments to families and to reduce program arrears. We continue to focus on enhancement efforts and work with our counterparts in other provinces, territories, and countries to improve enforcement for cases that are in arrears in other jurisdictions. Mr. Chair, this work is supported under the Justice Supports and Services Division. This division also supports Nova Scotia's Restorative Justice Program. With more than 25 years of experience, Nova Scotia's Restorative Justice Program is a Canadian leader in delivering a proven, compassionate, and collaborative approach to justice. From the beginning, The program was built in partnership with the community and based on a shared belief that justice can and should be more than just about a sentence handed down in court. Restorative justice gives victims a stronger voice and creates space for healing by focusing on accountability, reparation, and community connection. It is an alternative justice pathway where those who cause harm must take responsibility and make meaningful efforts to repair it. By diverting appropriate cases from the traditional court stream, we're helping address the backlog in our courts and supporting timely access to justice, which is a fundamental right. In 2027, the Department of Justice will invest $4.2 million in the Restorative Justice Program, most of which funds 8 community-based restorative justice agencies to deliver this program in 9 regions province-wide. It's community-based, relations-focused, and grounded in the belief that healing and accountability go hand in hand while meeting legal and public safety standards. Mr. Chair, another important division at the Department of Justice is Correctional Services. Now, they are responsible for the administration and operation of community and custody-based programs and services for adults and young persons. Through Correctional Services, we operate 4 adult correctional facilities in the HRM, Pictou County, Cape Breton, and Yarmouth, and 1 youth center in Waterville. Across our adult facilities, we are at an overall capacity rate of 72%. Among the goals of the Correctional Services is to provide programs and services that achieve positive change in behavior and attitude, and which provide an effective balance of deterrence, punishment, and rehabilitation. We take our responsibility to those in our custody seriously, and we don't do this work alone. We work closely with partner agencies around the province to deliver programs and services that support rehabilitation, diversity, and positive outcomes. Mr. Chair, I want to take a moment to discuss the work of our community corrections staff. Community-based sentences allow people to serve their sentence in community under the supervision of a probation officer. These sentences can include probation, conditional sentences, custody, and supervision, conditional supervision, and intensive rehabilitative custody and supervision. Probation officers also supervise individuals released from custody on conditional releases and prepare pre-sentence investigations to assist the courts in the sentencing process. Staff in community corrections work out of 22 offices across our province, helping ensure people who are in conflict in the law are following their sentence and supporting them in their reintegration to community. Mr. Chair, I also want to take some time to talk about the important role of our correction officers and the steps we take to support them. Correctional facilities are a unique and challenging environment. Correctional officers uphold regulatory standards, manage risk, and ensure safety, security, humane treatment of individuals who are incarcerated in the province of Nova Scotia's correctional facilities. Now, in the last few years, we've enhanced training with new courses on mental health and addictions, cultural awareness, human rights, and the use of force. We've also increased the number and duration of on-the-job training shifts that correctional officers must complete as part of their onboarding. Through our work with the Office of Workplace Mental Health, we now have a peer support program in each of our correctional facilities. This program provides an opportunity for correctional officers experiencing stress, crisis, or personal challenges to be supported by trained peers. The Correctional Service Staff Wellness Unit works proactively on wellness initiatives, providing prevention, intervention, and treatment services for correctional services staff in facilities and community offices across Nova Scotia. We also have a dedicated occupational health and safety specialist to support staff. Mr. Chair, I'd like to take a moment to give an overview of the department's Legal Services Division. Now, this division is government's law firm, providing a range of legal advice and services to the Government of Nova Scotia, Crown corporations, agencies, boards, and commissions. Legal services includes lawyers, legal technicians, administrative professionals, and editors. The division is skilled in administrative law, negotiation and drafting of agreements, commercial transactions, corporate governance, property transactions, employment and labor matters, child and adult protection, human rights, constitutional matters, and a day-to-day advice on a broad range of both routine and complex legal matters that span the full scope of government work. Legal Services also works on every piece of government legislation and set of regulations for government, including all legislation introduced in the sitting of the legislature by the government. The division represents government in all legal proceedings except prosecutions. These include litigation on behalf of the Crown before all levels of court, administrative bodies and tribunals, and in arbitrations and mediations. Legal Services is also home to the Registry of Regulations, which is responsible for filing, consolidating, and publishing Nova Scotia regulations. The registry is responsible for the publication of the Royal Gazette Part 1 and Part 2 and reviews all draft regulations to ensure they meet plain language standards and to ensure that the regulations are consistent in form, style, and content with current legislation and regulation standards. Mr. Chair, lastly, I'd like to say a few words about the Department's Policy and Corporate Services Division and its work. The team plays an essential role in strengthening the justice system and upholding the rule of law in Nova Scotia by providing well-researched policy recommendations and supporting strong legislative frameworks. A key function of this division is policy formulation and research. It provides strategic advice on key justice-related policy matters, conducting in-depth research to inform decision-making across the department. The division also plays a vital role in managing federal-provincial territorial relations, ensuring Nova Scotia's interests are represented in national justice forums and intergovernmental collaborations. Through these efforts and more, the division helps address challenges and promotes a justice system that is fair and responsive to the needs of all communities in Nova Scotia. Mr. Chair, I appreciate the time to give an overview of all the important work being done by the Department of Justice. Employees of our department and office are working in communities in every corner of this province, making a positive difference in the lives of Nova Scotians each and every day. Before I wrap up, I want to thank everyone from the Department of Justice and our partners, including community organizations, for supporting our work in ensuring Nova Scotians have an accessible, equitable, and inclusive access to justice. Now I'd like to turn to the work of the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism. Mr. Chair, addressing racism and systemic hate is work that shapes who we are in the province of Nova Scotia. It speaks to the kind of neighbors we choose to be and the future we want for the next generation. Every Nova Scotian deserves to live in a place free from hate, inequity, and racism. There is no space for hate in Nova Scotia. Mr. Chair, to reinforce this, the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism was established in March of 2021 to work across government and with partners and communities to improve the lives of underrepresented and underserved communities by identifying and addressing systemic hate, inequity, and racism. The Dismantling Hate and Racism Act was then passed the following year on April 1st of 2022. Now, as many of you will recall, the act was drafted by an all-party committee and informed by community engagement. OEA met with over 70 organizations, totaling over 1,200 Nova Scotians, to learn what community felt needed to be included in this legislation. The act, which addresses both equity and racism, is the first of its kind in Canada and something we can be truly proud of. Other similar acts in the country have focused solely on racism. A third annual progress report on the Act was tabled in the legislature on July 31st, 2025. Mr. Chair, one of the key requirements in the Act was the development of an equity and anti-racism strategy. We released this strategy almost 3 years ago in July of 2023. The goal of the strategy is to ensure a whole-of-government approach to identifying and addressing systemic hate, inequity, and racism. The strategy responds to community feedback by addressing how government applies an equity and anti-racism lens when considering and making legislation, regulations, and policies. The strategy assigns OEA as the lead within government for the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. This is a major step forward because it is the first time a lead department has been identified for this community. The strategy committed to the development of an action plan to meet the needs of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Nova Scotians. I'm pleased to say that the government released this strategy and this action plan this year in January. The action plan is a coordinated roadmap to advance equity, improve access to services and supports, and build safer, more inclusive communities for the 2S LGBTQIA+ people across Nova Scotia. The action plan includes 4 themes: access to services, safety, education, and social inclusion, community and economic participation, and government as an employer. It is an all-of-government plan to address the various needs and concerns of the community. It includes a commitment to the annual reporting, ongoing consultations with the community, and a 5-year review. The first concrete action stemming from the action plan was the launch of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Community Impact Grant Program, which will provide flexible funding to help strengthen the capacity, stability, and long-term impact of community-based organizations across the province that serve the 2S LGBTQIA+ Nova Scotian community. Community-based organizations can apply for a grant of up to $25,000 per project, with $150,000 available in total. The program has received several applications already. Another action of the plan is to hold a provincial conference for the 2S LGBTQIA+ serving community organizations. Planning for this conference is underway, and we hope to hold it before the end of the year. Mr. Chair, we recognize that building a truly inclusive Nova Scotia is something no one can do alone. It is collective work of neighbors, advocates, newcomers, elders, and leaders across the province who refuse to accept that hate has any place in Nova Scotia. To support this collective effort, this February, we awarded over $400,000 in community network grants to 13 community-driven projects across Nova Scotia that address systemic hate, inequity, and racism. This grant program has existed for 3 years and brings us now to a total of almost $1 million to community organizations since the project was established in 2023-2024. It is a key tool in advancing the goals and objectives in Nova Scotia's equity and anti-racism strategy. Grants awarded this year include projects centered around promoting public awareness about the importance of fairness and justice and actively opposing hate, inequity, and racism, responding to and reducing gender-based violence, offering training and capacity building programs that support those interested in advancing equity, diversity, and inclusion initiatives, and providing fitness programs that are tailored for people with specific needs. For example, a hiking group for the blind and partially sighted. Our government is committed to dismantling systemic hate, inequity, and racism and promoting equity and inclusion. We will continue to work with our partners to do this important work. Mr. Chair, one of our important partners in this work are public sector bodies, including municipalities, towns, and villages. The Act empowers government to require public sector bodies, such as the municipalities, villages, and colleges, universities, and crown corporations to develop their own equity and anti-racism plans. Municipalities and villages are the first public sector bodies under the Act to be required to have equity and anti-racism plans in place. We started with municipalities and villages, given the significant role they play in the daily lives of Nova Scotians. Some already have great plans and strategies in place. We are working with the Association of Municipal Administrators across Nova Scotia to provide resources, guidance, and funding to help municipalities and villages implement those plans effectively. Municipal equity and anti-racism plans embed equity and inclusion into everyday life of community and community members. 80% of municipalities already have approved plans, with more expected soon. Mr. Chair, OEA also works inside government with all departments through their EDIA leads to promote equity and inclusion within the public service. In July 2024, the Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, and Accessibility Unit from the Public Service Commission joined with OEA to expand its focus to include promoting EDIA within the public service. With this move, OEA leads the implementation of the Altogether Action Plan, government's action plan for diversity and inclusion in the public service. The Altogether Action Plan focuses on increasing representation of diverse employees at all levels of the public service, with a focus on senior management to ensure our public service reflects the diversity of all Nova Scotians and the communities we serve. An update on the action plan is near completion and will be released this spring. Mr. Chair, I appreciate the time to give an overview of the important work being done within the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism. We recognize that lasting change takes time, dedication, and the courage to challenge long-standing inequities. The work of the OEA supports building stronger systems, safer communities, and a more just future for all Nova Scotians. For when we stand up to racism, when we challenge systemic hate, and when we champion equity, we choose the kind of province we want to build together, a province where everyone belongs. We should all feel at home in our community, regardless of your background, where you were born, who you worship, or who you love. Mr. Chair, before I wrap up, I want to thank everyone from the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism and our partners who support the budget estimate process. Employees of our office help make a positive difference in the lives of Nova Scotians each and every day. And with that, I'd be happy to answer your questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Before we move to the next portion of our agenda, I need to, I neglected to read Resolution E30 with reference to equity and anti-racism. So be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $4,716,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism pursuant to the estimate. So according to the practices as developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses take turn asking questions for approximately 1 hour each. During a caucus's turn, the members within any member within the caucus may take turns examining the minister on the estimate resolution. Only the minister may answer the questions, and caucuses are expected to share their time fairly with the independent members. To begin this examination, I recognize the official opposition, and I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister for sitting with us today and going through the thorough departments and giving some information. I know there's a lot more, but I appreciate the synopsis so that I can take some notes. I'm going to start with African Nova Scotian Justice. Last year, the former Minister of Justice said that she anticipated that the African Nova Scotian Justice Action Plan would be released this year, meaning 2025, which it would have been last year. But this doesn't seem to have happened. When does the minister expect this plan to actually be released? And if it has, I'd like to know about it.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for her question. It'll be released the spring of 2026, so imminently.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax Needham.
I'm just curious to know, like, why has it taken such a while? I mean, the consultation for this plan started in 2022, and I know the minister, wasn't in that position at the time. There were a number of events that were held with community, and so I'm just wondering, why is there a delay instead of it being as of last year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
So there was a lot of consultation, as the member refers to, in this plan. So it takes a while to make sure we collect all that data and put it into a plan so it's effective and actually reflects what we heard. So I don't know if this was delayed in terms of an original plan, but I do know right now that this is coming up to the finishing touches and will be released very, very shortly. I don't know if it was the change in minister that might have slowed it down, because we had to do a lot of ramping things up as we switched over. But I do believe that we're almost ready to release that plan. I'm looking forward to reviewing it and meeting with the critic to go over it and see what we can implement in a very, very short term. I think it's important that whatever's contained in that plan, that we act on it very quickly and make sure that we show some real progress as soon as we get a hold of that plan and put an action plan together to implement the recommendations in it.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that, Minister, because, a lot of times things happen and then there are a ton of delays, and I know that, we talk a lot in the House about, sometimes we want you to pull back, sometimes you guys want to do it really fast, and sometimes we want it fast. But I think, when we talk about community voices and building those relationships and those trusting relationships within community, it's really important for us to even follow up and to check in to make sure that folks know that they're not left behind or they're not looked at as a priority. I say this because multiple facets of work happens, and sometimes things, they need a little bit more of something or a little bit less, and we want to make sure that we continue to have those good relationships in community. So I appreciate the answer, Minister, and I wait to see what that looks like. I'm going to move on to. We're seeing cuts now, right? And we will see the Justice Action Plan, which I'm glad to hear. But we're seeing cuts to the Indigenous Blacks and Mi'kmaq program that's been cut by 20%. I'm just wondering, can the minister tell us why this funding is being cut to this particular grant program? And because it does also follow under justice, the IB&M is law. So I'm just curious to know why is that funding being cut?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for this question. I'm just going to refer back to the last question really quickly, but I will answer this one fulsomely. When we do release that plan, I'm hoping that we can act on things very quickly, like we did at the 2S LGBTQIA action plan, where we actually had a grant program go out immediately. We've already collected applications for that. We're planning the conference for the fall. So, I can't commit to how it's going to be that quick, but I can commit that I'm going to work very hard to make sure we see results from those recommendations and plan in the same type of pace we saw it with the 2S LGBTQIA action plan. So, a plan is only good as the actions that come of it, so that's my commitment, and I look forward to discussing with you some of those recommendations, and maybe you can make some suggestions of what actions we put forward first. For your background experience, I'd appreciate that. On the Indigenous Blacks and Mi'kmaq program for law, the government recognizes that Indigenous Mi'kmaq and African Nova Scotian communities are foundational to Nova Scotia's past, present, and future. Advancing equity is not optional, it's a responsibility of government. Programs supporting these communities represent deliberate action to address systemic barriers, expand opportunity, and build institutions that reflect and serve all Nova Scotians. So while the program's budget is being reduced by 20%, our commitment to Indigenous, Mi'kmaq, and African Nova Scotian communities remains strong. The adjustment reflects the fiscal realities, not a change in values. The program remains a priority and will continue to deliver meaningful and measurable impact. I was very pleased this fall to go speak at a reception involving the students with many supports there, including highly ranked representatives of law firms, judges, prosecutors, and other members of the justice which are supporting students as they go through this program. The Deputy Minister is a graduate of this program. We are confident in the program's future because its foundation extends well beyond a single funding source. They also get funding from other funding avenues as well. The depth of support across communities and partner organizations reflects its continued importance and the shared commitment to its continued success. So the funding was reduced from $415,000 to $332,000, but we are convinced that we will continue to support this program. And as the Premier said today, we're doing everything we can. There has to be some reductions due to the fiscal restraint that we're seeing, but the program still exists. It still has a solid budget, and we're convinced that the program will be successful now as it was in the past.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax Needham.
So I'm curious to know how, did you measure the impact of this? Like, I mean, I think, like you're saying, there is funding that is still attached to it. Thank goodness for the school. But I think, there's a sole responsibility for this government, especially when it comes to our Indigenous students and as well our Black students, that this government doesn't have a really good history of, creating an equitable space, and I know the minister knows this, and I'm mentioning this because, yes, we're cutting funding, and yes, that's happening, but I'm just curious, how do you think you're going to measure? What do you think is going to come from this particular deduction from this percentage that's not going to be there? Because the way I see it, and I've heard from folks in community already, it's like, to me, this gets less people involved in that education system or to apply for that particular part of school. So I'm just, wondering if the minister has thought about the impacts of this.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to just, on a high level, say the grants that we've supported this year. There was last year for community groups and service providers in terms of grants, we provided $10 million. This year that's been increased to $12 million overall. So there are several other grants that support marginalized communities in terms of getting education and supports. And like there's the Mi'kmaq Legal Support Network, the Nova Scotia Native Women's Association, Community Consultative Group Board, and First Nations policing and programs in the area of justice. So budget for those have all increased, and they've increased significantly since 2021. In this particular grant program that supports Indigenous and Black Mi'kmaq students going to law school who are underserved and marginalized communities. This is something we're going to monitor very closely because it is one of the few grants that we did reduce. So how will we monitor it? We're going to monitor how many students actually are able to participate in the program. My thought is that we're not going to see any difference in the amount of students that we're attending this year over last year. I think there's there's an opportunity for them to get funding from some other sources, we'll support them in that. But as Minister, I will monitor that very closely. If I see a need for that, we'll talk about that as we move forward in budgeting. But I'm fairly convinced that this is a well-established, effective program that has suitable funding to continue to support the students that it has in the past in terms of raw numbers. So, and I look forward to talking about that maybe offline, but that's something I'm committed to personally. We don't ever want to see anything that we do as a government limit opportunities for people from marginalized communities.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that because the minister does hold a number of hats, or wear a number of hats, I should say. Well, you don't wear them, but you know what I'm saying. Amongst the department that you are here representing right now, there's a lot of, of sub pieces to that, and they all fall within those to making sure that we're doing the right work for all Nova Scotians, and Indigenous and African Nova Scotians fall directly in line with that. So I want to ask the minister about Nova Scotia is the only province in Canada where the incarceration rate of Black women is substantially higher than white women. Can the minister explain why Black women in Nova Scotia are being incarcerated at a rate that is higher than anywhere else in the country?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Sorry for the delay. I just didn't have disaggregated data in terms of gender in front of us, so we had to get information on that. So I can tell you that as Minister of Justice in Nova Scotia, and you know a bit of my background, I'm truly disappointed that African Nova Scotians in general, men and women, make about 3% of the population of Nova Scotia, but 12% of those incarcerated. That's data I cannot accept, and that's something we need to work together across the province to change. Okay, and I think we'll all agree on that. So as to why that is, there's probably some systemic issues in the history of Nova Scotia that reflect that. I'd have to I've seen that in my own background. Something we need to change. So that's why the department's working diligently on this. We accept that as an issue, and we're going to work on a plan to try to address that, and that has happened in the past. One of the big investments we're making this year is in terms of restorative justice. I think there should be some huge opportunities there to try to divert some people away from the normal court system. We've seen great success. It's actually received national accolades in terms of being a very effective program. The recidivism rate in that program is very low compared to others across the country. So I'm hopeful with added an expansion of that program, that might take care of some of this. And I know that the legal system and the justice system could probably use that to try to divert some people to make sure that we can start to deal with and approach a more fair and equitable system for people from marginalized communities, including African Nova Scotian women. And as we talked about in your first question about the African Nova Scotian Justice Plan, which is going to be released this spring, I'm very hopeful, and we expect that there will be some initiatives in there that will also help address this issue. So looking forward to that plan coming out and having those discussions with you as well. So definitely a problem, something that has to be addressed. There's two actions right there that are going to be addressing this, and hopefully that we'll see some progress there. You can never guarantee anything, but it's something that we accept and will take seriously and continue to try to take initiatives, concrete initiatives, to try to change those numbers, because I believe they're unacceptable.
I recognize honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think, I thank the minister for that answer, because I think you have an understanding of what that looks like. And so I say this because, sitting in legislature over this past week, time after time, we're seeing things that are directly related, and it looks as though it is targeting our communities, African Nova Scotian communities and our Indigenous communities. And one of those pieces is, it's going to impact our justice system. And so we want to make sure that, when we are making decisions on funding, that the funding doesn't look as though it's only directed at the cuts that are directed to our marginalized communities, African Nova Scotian communities, and our Indigenous communities, and that's what we're seeing, because we have a list. We all have that list, and so my thought is, why would we as a government be cutting the budget in this way if we know that it's going to disproportionately affect these communities? So. So my question to the minister is, just curious to know why this funding, because if we're working across departments, and we're trying our best to figure out what this looks like through legislation, through policy, why would the cuts specifically target these particular communities if we're trying not to do that through legislation, through our strategy, through our Office of Anti-Racism or Equity and Anti-Racism. So, I know I'm jumping to OAE right now, but to me, I'm just trying to figure out, if we are really trying our best to not do that and to make it not look like that, then why is that what's happening? And I'm curious to know, as the minister, have you had any influence or talk or discussion on what is right and what isn't right, and what that looks like across all departments? Because, this is what's happening. Folks are going to experience cuts. Programs are going to be, decimated. There's going to be impacts for decades. And we have an opportunity to change that, because what we're seeing is harm in communities to come. So I'm just curious to know, as the Minister of OAE, how did this discussion come about where these cuts were going to directly affect all of these communities that are marginalized, African Nova Scotian, Indigenous, cultural, all of these things, when they fall directly under OAE, equity and anti-racism, accessibility, all of these things. I'm just curious to know what the minister had input on, and if there was, why weren't we fighting for not that, for that not to be? Sorry.
Recognize the Honorable Minister of Justice.
So the start of the question was pretty broad and high level all government. So I'm going to address that on a high level, and then I'm going to drop down at the end to be more specific about actions of OEA and what we're doing to try to address this stuff. And some of the measures we took as the office to try to have input and make sure that anything we're doing as a government, there's a lens that we view it through. Okay, so to try to accomplish that, I'll start with, the government of Nova Scotia, like all governments across Canada and many around the world right now, are facing huge challenges fiscally. I'm not passing the buck here, but we are facing an international challenge with our largest trading partner in the United States. And if you've seen some of the budgets that have come down from other provinces, I mean, our budget deficit is about $1.2 billion. We're risking, if we go any further than that, credit rating changes, which will increase our debt servicing costs, which will mean we have less money to fund education, healthcare, and other things. So we have to be very fiscally responsible. We also want to make sure that we protect the core government services like education, like healthcare, like public works and roads, and other things we need to do to drive our economy. So that is why you're seeing the budgets for healthcare, for education, for public works all rise. They're at record levels because we need to protect those core services. But it makes us also examine what we can do to try to be responsible fiscally while still supporting Nova Scotians and frontline Nova Scotians. So that's the goal of this. In terms of what OEA is doing, we realize that the budget contains tough decisions and recognize that the proposed budget will impact people, and we did not make any of these decisions lightly. I actually sit on Treasury Board as well. We took a long time deliberating any changes we were making to any grants and any groups. So, there would be a challenge to people in departments to make recommendations on reductions and changes and try to fit within a budget envelope. And then that would go up through the ministers and then come to Treasury Board. So we had views on this all the way through, and several cabinet ministers had views on this all the way through, including myself as Treasury Board, and as the minister also responsible for the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism. That view was presented, I can tell you that. So we worked very hard at this. So while some programs are reversed, the budget sees our overall health care and education investments increase without raising taxes. There would be an opportunity to raise taxes and try to address some of these things. The problem is we're also facing an affordability crisis. And any raise in taxes right now would just be fiscally not acceptable because we'd be making things difficult for people to pay their heating bill and people to, drive their kids to school and people trying to get food and put groceries on the table for their families. So these are tough times and they require responsible and tough decisions. So the staff at the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism are experts in their area and make recommendations, but as minister responsible for the office, the buck stops with me. I'm responsible for it. I would never duck that. So staff make recommendations, and then we take those recommendations and make choices as ministers, and that's something that I take very responsibly, and I did. We have to make sure that we put forward a program that supports each and every organization across the province, and that's why we take a long, hard look at any reductions that are made. We believe that we've got a good profile of grants and supports to eliminate racism in the province. I stand behind it. It's a goal of mine. It's a goal of our department. It's a goal of the office, and it's the goal of government. Significant studies have been made since the enacting of the Dismantling Racism and Hate Act in April of 2022. OEA reports to the legislature annually on progress, and some key milestones and achievements include the Equity and Anti-Racism Strategy published in July 2023. This strategy outlines a whole of government approach to addressing systemic hate, inequity, and racism. It includes specific actions and initiatives for underrepresented and underserved communities across Nova Scotia, including the recent launch of the 2S LGBTQIA Action Plan. We have the Community Network Program I talked about in my opening statement. We provided close to $1 million to community-driven projects across Nova Scotia since the program was established in 2023-2024. We prescribed public sector bodies, so through regulations made under the Act in 2024-25, municipalities and villages have become the first public sector bodies required to develop plans to address systemic hate, inequity, and racism. These plans have embedded equity and inclusion into the everyday life of those communities. we're excited to share that. As I said in my opening statement, 80% of municipalities have already approved plans, with more expected soon. And I'm hoping to come back next year, to be quite frank, and it'll be 100%. And that's something we're going to continue to encourage them. So we are continuing to work with other levels of government to try to make sure we address hate and anti-racism in Nova Scotia. So there's a lot of work being done to support marginalized communities in terms of that, and that's the work of the OEA. Also, we have EDI representatives in every single department. All 29 departments have someone, and they're working within their departments to make sure those departments view everything through an equity lens, through an anti-racism lens. So this is something that didn't exist in government a few short years ago. Those employees are doing yeoman work in those departments, making sure there's training for staff so that they view every issue that comes across their desk through an equity lens. I've seen it as an educator. I saw it coming through the schools, from the department down into the regional centers of education, down into the schools. The work that's been done to try to educate and modernize the way we approach any issue that affects marginalized communities, there has been landmark changes, and that is presenting itself across government in all departments. So, you know, I've only been in the minister responsible for OEA for a few short months, but I was impressed with a relatively small staff compared to Justice, for example, the impact it's already had and the impact it's planning to have in the future. So I'd have to say that this office punches above its weight. I have to give credit to the former premier, who is also a member of the legislature, for starting this office. It's something that I've seen the good work it does. It's something I'm going to continue to support. And although this is a tough budget and tough decisions had to be made, I think you're seeing expansion of the services and the impact of that office, and I think that will continue.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned in your speech about legislation, and I'm really keen on knowing how we view our legislation through multiple lenses, which I'm glad to hear the minister speak of. I'm curious to know, and maybe the minister can't speak to previous legislation in the last sitting, but I'm curious to know how they viewed these pieces of legislation that is being put forward through those particular lenses, so that we're making sure that we're not harming people even more. So, like, yeah, if the minister can walk me through maybe the possibility of, like, and I mean, the FMA is quite a large piece of work, so I won't go through that one, but you know, there are a number of pieces that are questionable when it comes down to who it actually will harm and what the intent might be. So I'm just curious to know, you know, walk me through what that might look like, because you know, I've always mentioned in this House that we need to view legislation through an Afrocentric view and through our Indigenous, you know, way of seeing. And then you know, you mentioned it today, so I'm just curious to know what that might look like.
I recognize the minister.
Things are looking up now that we have a new chair. I didn't see a slide in there. I was engaged here. We're still trying to get the desegregated data on that previous question, so we're still digging around in that, but we're getting there. We'll get it in a few minutes. In answer to that question, that we try to put an equity lens on every piece of legislation. A lot of that has to go through consultation, and I'm going to give you just the Child and Family Services Act changes that was made recently. There was a lot of consultation with the African Nova Scotian community on that, because we do know in the past there was, and from my past as the Minister of Opportunities and Social Development, one of the concerns brought forward to me was, the perceived notion for sure from community that previously in the past, Child and Family Services saw more African Nova Scotian kids being taken from their homes, right? So there's been a lot of work done at OSD, I can tell you, on those issues. And I know there was a lot of consultation done in the Child and Family Services Act to try to make sure that lens was placed on any new changes that act put forward. So that's just an example of one act that's gone through. So it goes through with the consultations that took place, and I think that the community saw some of the changes they recommended and saw some of their voice being heard in the legislation that came through. There was also a lot of another piece that actually lies underneath myself as minister was the new FOI legislation, and I know there was a lot of discussions with community on that as they formed that legislation. Both these things happened before I became minister, but those are two areas I know that there was a lot of consultation done and the voice was heard. And I want to go back to also having the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism having representation in all 29 departments, so everything they do has an equity lens provided by them. That's one of their major roles, is to work and see what legislation, what regulations, what things are going through those departments, and they can have input on all of those as they go through. And the office coordinates that and checks in and works with those employees. So they exist throughout government. So this is I think a large example of progress that's been made since that office was created in 2021, having representation in all 29 departments. That's something that didn't exist before 2021, and I think that's a huge improvement in the way government operates, the way departments operate. And as you know, legislation comes from departments, so we have someone in every department from the office reviewing things, working with the staff in those offices to make sure that equity lens is provided.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The minister also mentioned in his opening statement about the legal aid changes. So I'm curious to know, what steps has the government taken to expand the eligibility for Nova Scotia legal aid?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you. I just want to clarify your question. When you mean accessibility to become part of legal aid as a lawyer, or oh, to someone get those services. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Yep.
I recognize the minister.
Well, I want to thank the member for the question. So, as I talked about in my remarks, legal aid is a really important part of the process because we have to be able to provide people, particularly those of lower income, services so they can adequately have representation if they go to court or they go to restorative justice and they have proper legal advice. One of the issues we face in the court system is Jordan delays. So we've taken a lot of steps. I'm going to get back. I'm going to finish with a direct answer, okay? But I would like to talk about why some of the things we're doing and why we're doing it. One of the issues we face in the court system across the country is Jordan delays. So we're taking many steps as a provincial government to try to stop cases from being dismissed because of technicalities and delays. So one of the things we're doing is we are digitizing the court system, which will speed things up. We've added a bail court, which will speed things up. We've added a number of prosecutors, like over 30 new public prosecutors, which will speed things up so cases can happen more quickly. And we've added a huge amount of resources to legal aid. So we've added to the prosecution service. We're also adding to legal aid. So we've expanded legal aid by $5 million in this next budget, which will be used to expand the amount of people that can be accepted into the program. So that will also inspire more lawyers to take on legal aid clients because there's more grants to pay them. So we're doing things on both sides. More prosecutors, more legal aid provided defenders. So will speed things up. So by expanding a number of grants for legal aid, we're going to widen the amount of people that can apply and get legal aid. So we're doing some things to try to it's not only just to avoid Jordan delays, it's also to speed the court system up and provide better service to people who are having difficulty finding representation. So we are growing the justice system because we're seeing more pressure put on it because of delays in the system. So there's been a huge investment to try to address that, but also, particularly in the answer to your question, by expanding that by another $5 million, we're now going to be over 80% of the funding for legal aid in Nova Scotia is provided by the provincial grant. That's the highest in the country and something we're very proud of.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that is going to be very helpful. We know that it's very hard at times to find a lawyer, and then as well, not all lawyers take the certificates to be, so I'm glad to hear that there's additional funding for folks that need it so that we can speed up these processes because folks at times have been waiting a long time to be processed. I have a question about correctional facilities and deaths in the correctional facilities. I want to know how many deaths have occurred in Nova Scotia correctional facilities over the past 5 years, and what steps have you been taken to prevent future tragedies?
I recognize the minister.
Sorry it took so long. It's just for specific questions. Sometimes it takes a little longer to dig the data out. I do have the data on the amount of African Nova Scotian women that are incarcerated. So as of today, the data we received is that there's 3 of 46 women in custody are of African Nova Scotian descent. So when you work that out, it's about 6.5%. And again, the black population in Nova Scotia is 3%. So it's twice as many as the population. So that reflects back on my previous answer. That's something that we need to address, and we're working towards that. I want to thank the staff for digging through that and getting me that number. The amount of deaths in the last 5 years in custody was 7. So in response to that, one of the things we've done is establish the Death Review Committee. And the Death Review Committee examines the facts and circumstances of deaths that occur in the custody of Nova Scotia Correctional Services. The committee's goal is to gain insights to help prevent future deaths while people are in custody. The first recommendation from an individual death review were shared with Nova Scotians last fall. The recommendations will help form system improvements to prevent future deaths. A couple of those are reflecting on like increased number of social workers and availability of social workers. And the second would be more and improved mental health services and faster responding mental health services. So just a bit about the committee. It was established in June of 2023. It has 7 members, including the chief medical officer, examiner, as chair, with a mix of government and non-governmental representatives. No members on the committee are employees of correctional services. The mandate of the committee is to do in-depth case reviews on specific deaths of person in the custody of the correctional services, including deaths that occur in a hospital where an inmate has died unexpectedly. Examine the trends in all deaths of persons in custody of Nova Scotia Correctional Service, including deaths that occur in hospitals, and explore how data may be used with a prevention focus to inform programs and policies. So every year the committee must provide a report to the Minister of Justice following each individual death review. A full review report is not released publicly. The Minister makes public the committee's advice and recommendations within a reasonable time after receiving report. The committee's first individual case review report was released on November 14th of 2025, and annual reports are given to the Minister of Justice for publication. So that's now coming up on 3 years old. So every person that would ever die in custody, that's going to be an individual review by the chief medical officer, and no one involved in corrections is part of that system. So that's something that's been established in response to deaths in custody.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm curious to know, is there a mandatory coroner's inquest when a death happens when they're incarcerated?
I recognize the minister.
So in Nova Scotia, we have a chief, we have the chief officer. We don't have a coroner. We don't have that system set up, but the death review is mandatory, and the chief medical examiner does conduct that. He's the chair of that for each and every one, and that report does come back through to us through the Ministry of Justice. So it's not what a coroner would do because we don't have that system here, but the chief medical officer does a review through this committee on each and every case that someone dies. So I guess that would be equivalent to what you're asking in the Nova Scotia version of that. I guess the answer to that would be yes, and there's accountability. And again, nobody on the committee is a member of corrections, so it's independent and outside the correction system.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm curious because, these are the types of things that are they're matters of the public interest. Like when anything like this happens, we should know that these things are happening. And then to your point, there are steps in place to, prevent or to rectify those types of things. But the public gets a redacted version of the committee report. Can you commit to inquest to be in line with other provinces, which, most other provinces allow the report to be open and viewing?
With about 6 minutes left, I recognize the minister.
Well, thanks to the member for the question. So every death in custody has to go through that system for the Death Review Committee. They submit that to the minister. What is released publicly is all the recommendations come from that, because the purpose of the Death Review Committee is to make sure that we avoid issues in the future. So that's the purpose of all of our death review committees, not just the ones in corrections. So one of the problems in Nova Scotia, a pretty small province, they're sensitive to actually releasing things that directly affect certain families. But what's important is all the recommendations that come out so we can avoid problems in the future are released publicly. And that's sent to me, and then we release that. And that was done, and this is a new system we put in place, and that's already started. So what's important here is if we have a tragedy that occurs in custody, that we have steps put in place and changes made to address things so that the same situation doesn't exist in the future. And that's the goal of that committee.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did have this similar conversation with the First Minister of Justice, and that's when the death committees started to come about, because, there's information that's not being shared and not even being shared with family when a family member dies in custody. And I think we've moved to have a committee, and there are these processes in place, but as well now there's still not the accountability piece where folks can actually know what happened to their loved one, because everything is redacted. So I just want the minister to think about that, because yes, I understand that there are processes in place, but people make mistakes all the time, and sometimes those mistakes may cause harm to people who are in custody. And so we want to make sure that we're doing the right thing and the families know what's happening, so that there's no question of what happened to their loved ones. So I'm going to move into another question, and I appreciate the minister giving me the details to that. So I mentioned that the government has cut funding to hundreds of community programs, and we talked about that they were programs serving vulnerable communities. I'm just wondering why they were among the first to be eliminated. Now, we talked about this. She said there was a process, and there was all these pieces, and then I will say I feel like my asking of the question is a little bit better this time. When I asked you initially, it was, under what reasoning, why would this happen, based on the fact that, you wear a number of hats. But my thought about this is, why would they be the first to be eliminated or cut? And then the second piece of that is, what type of representation is on the Treasury Board that's making these decisions that are also inclusive and representative of the communities that we serve here in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the minister.
How much time do I have left? Can I give a fulsome answer to this? Or?
You have 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Okay. Maybe next round for the NDP we can go in depth more, but I'll do my best in the minute and 30 seconds or so I've left. And so as I said in the first time we had a sort of umbrella discussion on this, this is a tough time for all provinces. It's a tough time for our government as well. No decisions that we made were taken lightly. Staff in different departments were tasked to bring options toward, through ministers. Ministers would view all of those changes and all those reductions that were made in different programs, and there would have been a lot of work done then. Then things came to Treasury Board. On Treasury Board, there's several senior cabinet ministers, from rural and urban Nova Scotia in there, that looked at every single line to make sure that we had as little impact as possible on frontline services for Nova Scotia. But with that, we had a lens of protecting the core services government provides. So that's why you're seeing the healthcare budget go up. And we've added significant amount to healthcare. I think the budget's overall is up 40% since we took office in 2021. Education's going up. I think we have the largest capital construction budget in the history of the province this year. So this is not what you would call an austerity budget, because the budget's actually going up by 8%, spending's going up by 8%. But tough decisions had to be made. In terms of an equity lens going through that, as I said before, the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism, and we have the former Premier here as well that started under his government, has staff located in every single department that provides an equity lens, and all decisions made in there. That's one of their roles. So I think that has added a step of equity before.
Order, please.
We'll get back.
That's the end of questioning for that round. I'll move on. I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Oh, a couple minute break. You guys good? Okay. 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 Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think what I'm going to do is I'll start with the same question I ask all departments relative to the FTE reduction. Justice being one of the departments that have one of the heavier number counts of reductions. So what's the breakdown in terms of those that are vacant that will be achieved by attrition, and what are the other ones that will actually have to be laid off within the department? What kind of positions are we looking at, and how does the minister believe that won't impact frontline services?
I recognize the minister.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank the member for the question. So I'm just going to try to walk through the numbers here, because the numbers, I don't want to change numbers without having an adequate reflection on exactly what's happening here. So we're informed of this a few weeks ago, so the department's already working on a plan. The plan hasn't been finished yet, obviously, because we're just getting to this now. But we're currently developing a responsible and measured workforce adjustment plan. So the real number we have to reduce is about 83 FTE, representing approximately 5% of the workforce, and that's a significant number. Our focus is to manage this reduction in a way that minimizes impact on services and on all Nova Scotians. So our approach will prioritize natural attrition, existing vacancies, and planned retirements. Historically, the department maintains an average vacancy rate of approximately 5%. When looking at previous years, the vacancy level closely aligns with the 83 FTE reduction target. This provides a strong foundation to manage the adjustment without widespread disruption. This plan will rely on management of existing vacancies, careful workforce planning, and internal realignment, and focusing on attrition and retirement. Above all, our guiding principle as we work through this is to ensure that Nova Scotians continue to have access to strong, fair, and effective justice in the system of justice, Every decision we make will be grounded in minimizing impacts on services and frontline services, maintaining public safety and preserving the integrity and responsiveness of the justice system that Nova Scotians rely on each and every day. So that's in high level what we're going to be attempting to do here. When going through this, looking at the vacancy rate of 5%, that was almost exactly what we would need to reduce in terms of 83. It's pretty close, if in one or two. That gives us a place to start, but when some of those jobs have to be refilled because they're frontline services that have to happen. Think of a bailiff or a court recorder or something like that. So you can't do it all through vacancies. Some of those would have to be replaced, but it gives us a place to start. So we're going to protect the frontline services, but we think that the number of 83, although it will be a challenge to meet that goal, we think it's actually doable because of the number of vacancies we typically have in our department.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think it's going to be a challenge for all the departments to do this in the next 3 years and not impact services. Particularly with justice, I would be concerned about delays that we know about in the justice system. I know that is a priority for government to reduce delays, and there has been some work adding Crown prosecutors, that's a big part, adding resources to legal aid, that's also equally as important in my view, and filling vacancies within the courts. So how are we going to make that kind of 20% reduction in a department like justice and avoid some of those kinds of positions that the minister just mentioned around frontline services within the court system, and simultaneously address court backlogs, specifically with the Jordan issue, and prevent cases from being stayed. So this has been an issue for a long time, but it's been exacerbated over the last few years. Like I said, I've been watching this closely. I know there has been some additions of crowns, but general thoughts on delays in the justice system, how those cuts could impact confidence around that, and if you have the number in front of you, maybe if you could tell me how many judicial vacancies are in the system right now.
I recognize the minister.
Well, thanks to the member for the question. Jordan delays are something I find extremely concerning, and that's why the government and previous ministers to me have taken such strong steps to try to deal with Jordan delays by expanding services within the system. You mentioned several of them, but I'm just going to go through all of them. So, the establishment of the bail court, very important. That's going to speed things up in the whole system. The expansion number of crowns, over 30 new crowns, which expands the number of crown prosecutors so we can get cases dealt with more quickly. We also expanded legal aid. The certificates for legal aid, we've added $5 million to that, and Nova Scotia now provides over 80% of the funding for legal aid through our grant to them. That's the highest in the country. So I think we've addressed that. One of the things that the member didn't mention but probably knows about is we're moving to digitize the whole court system. Right now, the Nova Scotia court system still works on paper and moving things around, which slows everything down. And the digitization, where we started with one court, we'll continue to expand that. We're making sure we start in a way that we can manage implementation of that, so it's done in a manner that the system can respond to effectively, and filling all the judges in the court vacancies. So currently we have a full complement of 30 judges within the system. So, as we move forward in terms of the challenge of staff reductions, that's something we'll consider strongly as a priority, making sure that any changes we make are not going to affect Jordan delays. This is something that I've discussed with the Federal Minister of Justice, Sean Fraser, is a Nova Scotian, that we are very concerned. He shares the concern of Jordan delays, and I know that the federal government is also taking steps to try to speed the system up and deal with issues caused by Jordan. So we look forward to continuing our work with the federal government as both levels of government deal with Jordan delays. But this is something that will be a priority in any change we make. Trust me that we're not going to make any changes which are going to continue to slow the court system down, if at all possible.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, and maybe a quick snapper on that, because when you digitize things, you're going to need investment. So is there a line in the budget that actually looks at that investment to actually make that happen, that modernization and the digitization of the court infrastructure.
I recognize the minister.
Okay, in the 25-26 budget, there was a capital investment of $1 million. It's targeting the Court of Appeal. That's the court we're starting with. It's a smaller court to make sure we implement this well, and so far so good. There's a budget item of $462,000 ongoing to continue the expansion of that as we finish that off with the Court of Appeal, and then we'll be looking to expand it to other courts as we progress in the future here. So we want to make sure we do it right. We want to make sure we start with a smaller court because there's going to be hiccups anytime you digitize anything, as you know. There's going to be some hiccups. We think this is a prudent way to do this, but we are committed to continuing to do this. So this year, the ongoing increase will be $462,000.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, I know there is some improvement on resources to deal with the court, and I just don't want it to be strained with the fiscal mitigations that are projected in the next 3 years. The other area that I'd be concerned about is the corrections capacity and also frontline important, and the operating cost being impacted. So when we look at the total operating cost of provincial correction facilities in this year, how does that compare per inmate to previous years?
I recognize the minister.
Our crack staff has worked with us, and I think we got those numbers for you. In 25-26, corrections budget was $84,869,000. There was 525 inmates. That works out to about 161,000, just over almost 162,000 per inmate. In 26-27, the budget is 97 million, just over 97 million. There's currently 529 inmates. So that works out to a per inmate budget of about 183,000, or just over 184,000. So you can see the budget's going up. We also have currently in the corrections system about a 72% fill rate. So that means there's lots of room in the system if we do have more people incarcerated. So there's physical room and physical space, and the budget per inmate is going up this year.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so is that the current inmate, or is that the capacity of the actual corrections facility when you're looking at the per inmate budget, just to clarify that? And relative to that equation is, what are we looking at now for vacancies? I understand there has been issues for recruitment and retention in this area, and staffing shortages. So if the minister might have the vacancy number in front of him. And I asked the question really is concern if we're looking at attrition and vacancies, that some of those could be on the chopping block when we're looking at the review of FTEs and reducing staffing complements, that those would be protected as frontline.
I recognize the minister.
Apologize for taking that long. We had to get the raw numbers here. Okay, so as I said, we have a 70%, 2% fill rate. So vacant right now on the men's side, there's 179 vacant beds. And on the women's side, there's 4 vacant beds. There's far less women incarcerated in Nova Scotia. So in terms of staffing, all provincial correction facilities are fully staffed right now, and it was a problem before. Our open competition approach allows for the ongoing recruitment and training of new correctional officers, so it's nonstop. We've added 189 new correctional officers since January 2024. So there are 267 full-time equivalent correction officers and 130 casual relief correctional officers as of January 30th this year, so that's only a month and a bit ago. Correctional services has addressed staff shortages in correctional facilities through the robust recruitment strategy. So they've really upped the recruitment, and right now we're fully staffed.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And is there capital funding allocated in this budget for repairs and upgrades to the aging correctional facilities?
I recognize the minister.
Many of those repair budgets with Public Works, but we do have one, though, the Nova Scotia Youth Facility Maintenance, that's 1.4 million, has been added this year to do some repairs to that particular one. I believe the rest of our existing jails have been switched over, the budgets have been switched over for maintenance to Public Works.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I might get back to corrections, but I'm almost halfway done the time, so I want to cover some other important things that I've raised in the House in the past. So this was to previous ministers, obviously, but so I brought up this issue that was brought to me by an intimate partner violence advocate who had to participate as a witness in a court hearing, and that the per diem was only $5 a day and 15 cents per kilometer to go and participate in the court. And that just, that was surprising to me. It was left that way for a long time. So I did ask for the minister to review this in question period a year ago, and I think she just said the department would look into it. So don't know if that has happened, but just want to ask the question if that's being, I think, basically increased to a more appropriate amount given today's cost pressures. And we want our witnesses to show up to work and not be losing money to travel and only being compensated for, at the time, 15 cents a kilometer.
I recognize the minister.
To be quite upfront, this is first I've heard of this issue. So we acknowledge, the department's knowledge, and the fees currently are low. I don't know if those fees are actually accurate, but they're saying we know the fees are low both for that and for a jury as well. So that's something that actually we're currently under review. And I'll seek to get a more fulsome answer to you on what the status of that review is, but currently we are reviewing those fees for both witnesses and for jury members.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that answer and can respect that there's lots going on in a large department that the minister's fairly new in. This could be another one that could be somewhat new, is looking at the counseling program specific to victims of intimate partner violence, and this was something that came to my attention. I raised it at Health Committee to the Department of Justice, and there's a criminal injuries counseling program that supports youth victims of crime with counseling, but that stops when they turn 19. And that's the gap that I would advocate that should have some attention on. So this could be just something that I'd maybe ask the minister to look into if there's not a readily available answer to it. But like there's a specific example that I'm not going to mention, but there is, you know, there could be support, and then all of a sudden they turn 19 and then it just completely ends. So if that person loses their mother, and obviously traumatic event, if it's homicide in the case I'm referring to, I worry about that person, and just wondering if there's an appetite. I tabled a bill actually yesterday, I think it was, about reviewing that whole support program for victims, but also victims' families. In this case, it would have been a direct family member that would have had trauma from the event, and just wondering if there is an appetite, if it's not underway, to review the whole support program.
I recognize the minister.
So the specific program you're talking about, there's a fair bit of nuance there, and the director has authority to make some decisions based on the actual case-by-case basis, so it's not necessarily cut off right at 19. So we encourage you to, if you're talking to a specific person who has those concerns, to reach out directly to the director there to try to see if there's any nuance that can sort of be directed to them in their favor. In addition to that, the department, we actually do have some grant programs, ALISOS. We also have something called the New Start Society. Part of those programs is to provide counseling. So for ALISOS, for example, the budget for the 26-27 is $55,000. The budget for New Start Society is $120,000, and counseling is part of the services they do provide. So there are a myriad of programs out there to support victims of violence and intimate partner violence as well. But specifically the program you're talking about that ends at 19, there is some flexibility there if depending on the situation.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think that topic of discretion was talked about, and I think the request was around giving discretion to people that are more on the front lines and not having to go all the way up to the director, but I'll refresh my memory and maybe take that offline with you and follow up with you, on another time. Completely different matters. So the Public Prosecution Service, this is something I've asked at estimates. The minister may not know, but staff would know every year around representation in the public prosecution, especially at the director level. And there was an independent review by Laura Williams and Associates looking into the hiring practices within the PPS and systemic issues. So what ended up coming out of that was the recommendations, but we've never seen the results of that review through FOIPOPs and stuff, and just wondering why the minister, and I've asked other ministers this, why not release the results of that review so that we can see what systemic issues are in that office for hiring. And I asked that relative to the new hire because that person, who I don't know, and there's no personal issue with him, but he was in an interim position, who's now made permanent director of the public prosecution. So I want to ask about that issue within the department, within the office, because there hasn't been a candidate from either the Black community or Indigenous community since the inception of the public prosecution. And this is important as the province where the Marshall inquiry happened and revealed some pretty important information around systems, and public prosecution is part of that. So just wondering why that information wasn't released, and just given how time is limited, I'll keep going on that same vein because there was an independent hiring review and recommendations posed, and there was a competition. And this is referenced, I think, in question period by my colleague who was a previous justice minister. But if Mr. Woodburn was not the selection of Royer Thompson, the recruitment firm, can the minister tell us why he was appointed?
I recognize the minister.
So the hiring process for the PPS, which is a very important position in the justice system, is internal. So we're not going to talk about the details of the internal process. However, the successful candidate was the acting director for 2.5 years. As we answered in an earlier question, we've expanded the amount of Crown prosecutors by over 30. The acting director at the time oversaw that expansion, has helped build and expand the services that has been provided by the Public Prosecution Service, came up through the ground in Nova Scotia, knows the system, knows the people in the system, has relationships throughout the justice system, both with the policing service and others, and credibility with them. Was an excellent prosecutor for over 26 years in the system, so we think we've got an excellent, experienced person to fulfill that role. In addressing the concerns around equity, in 24-25, the PPS hired an equity advisor within the system, so there's been staff added to address the issue that the member brings forward.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in that competition, though, was there another candidate recommended by Royer Thompson that was rejected by the department to continue on with the interim director?
I recognize the minister.
I'm not going to comment on internal hiring practices. That's something that's internal to the department, and with respect to everybody that's involved in that process, I'm not going to comment directly on the actual internal nature of a hiring process for positions like the PPS.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, and I think I got about 20 minutes left, so I'll shift a little bit to the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism mandate, and looking at we have to go over this given that we still have alarming numbers with Indigenous and Black Nova Scotians remaining dramatically overrepresented in custody, and the government has disproportionately targeted grants that impact those communities. And I just want to ask the minister, just broadly, how does the minister justify reducing prevention funding while incarceration disparities continue to persist?
I recognize the minister.
Well, I want to thank the member for his question. So just going to start high level, then I'll break down to what's going on within our department. We're facing very difficult economic times and fiscal pressure on the province. We need to be responsible. We would have one option, would be to raise taxes. We don't think this is the right time to raise taxes because we're also facing an affordability crisis. I mean, if you talk to people on the street, talk to people who come to my constituency office, I'm sure the member has the same issue that people are having trouble, filling up their gas in their cars, particularly today after we saw the interrupter clause. People are having difficulty affording their groceries. This is not just in Nova Scotia, it's nationwide. So affordability is right now the #1 issue in this country. So raising taxes this time would be the wrong choice. We also need to make sure that we protect core services, and that's why you're seeing the budgets for healthcare, for education, for public works, and ever. I believe public works has a record investment, as does healthcare and education. Those are the core services that people rely on for government each and every day. So these are difficult challenges and difficult reductions to grants to community groups and others. There's no targeting of any particular group. This was something that we had to face. The Office of Equity and Anti-Racism has EDIA representatives in every department across government, all 29 of them. They provide an equity lens for decisions made. The member knows very well because it was his government of the day when, as Premier, that office was initiated. We've continued that office and funded that office and expanded the work that office is doing, and we're very impressed by I personally, as a minister that's responsible for the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism, I'm very impressed with a smaller staff that punches way above their weight in terms of the successes that they've reached in terms of dealing with processes to try to reduce and eliminate racism and hate in this province. Within our own department, we had 38 grants and 4 are facing reductions. Others are either maintaining their budget or increasing their budget. The total funding for grants in 2025-2026 was $10,001,000. The total funding for these grants in 26-27 is $12,076,000, over $2 million increase in overall grants. This represents about a 20.75% increase. There were targeted reductions in a select few grants totaling $129,400. So out of a budget of $12 million, that's not a significant amount of grants that were reduced. So I approach these funding decisions with care and responsibility as minister. Given the fiscal realities facing our province, we conducted a thorough review to ensure adjustments were thoughtful, measured, and strategic. Our priority has been to minimize impact on frontline services and the people who rely on them, and I work closely with staff to identify options that protect critical programs. So I'm confident the changes that we've made will have minimal impact on the important work these organizations deliver every day, but it's something we'll continue to monitor. We remain committed to ongoing dialogue with all of our partner organizations, and if challenges arise or impacts prove greater than we anticipated, we will address them collaboratively on a case-by-case basis. Our focus continues to be supporting the organizations that serve our communities while ensuring long-term sustainability. Thank you, Mr.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some of those numbers are helpful, but it does seem that the grants that are impacted are disproportionate. And when you're talking about, when the minister's talking about an equity lens, and that there is staff in all departments across government, are they his staff that work in the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism that are doing these important analysis? And was that analysis done during this program review, basically, is what it is, looking at government expenditures and doing an analysis on what should be cut? What was the involvement of his specific staff in all of those cuts that go across all the departments?
I recognize the minister.
So the people from the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism are stationed in every single department, all 29 departments across. You know, they are responsible, they do training, they make sure that staff currently in those offices, in those departments, are trained to actually view things through an equity lens. So they have a professional development role. They also have a role in making sure that each department has a plan to try to eliminate hate and racism and systemic issues within the department and with greater society. They may not have hands-on knowledge of fiscal decisions within the department, but they have an equity lens they're providing and supporting other employees within every department so they understand cultural relevancy and equity and apply that to every decision is made in departments. That's the goal. As you know, it's a relatively new office. It was started under your government. And as we progress into the future, that training, that knowledge, that cultural relevancy, that understanding of process to view everything through a culturally relevant lens will continue to spread and continue to be built on. So, that will affect all decisions made in the department by all employees who are going through training in terms of cultural relevancy and also an equity lens on every decision made in department. So, my goal as the minister responsible for the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism is to continue to support that work and that increased awareness and increased ability by all officials in all departments to view any decision they make through an equity lens, because it's not just fiscal decisions, there's also cultural decisions, there's human resources, hiring decisions. All that takes incredible increases in the ability to be aware that every decision someone makes in every department has to be viewed through an equity lens. I know as a former school principal, we've seen great professional development and work done through the RCEs in terms of viewing decisions and reviewing policies and other things to make sure that when we have a policy in place, even if it's an existing policy, we have to review it to make sure that policy is meeting the challenge of providing equity and treating all members of the school community equally. That type of research, that type of training, that type of viewing of policies and fiscal decisions is something that should be mandatory throughout government and is something that I truly support. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the minister's sincerity in supporting the mandate of the office, and I do think he understands the value of it, which is good for the long-term sustainability of it to have a minister that supports it. But I just want to understand the certainty around the list of grants, of the 287 grants, that they actually did go through that analysis, that the minister speaks highly of. And if that, because I'm trying to line that up with the same timeline that was mentioned by the minister, that the FTE reduction, the minister, I believe, said that was found out about a few weeks ago. So is that around the same timeline where the minister of this office found out about these cuts and had just a few weeks to have his staff actually go through them and assess the impact on communities and do the right analysis to figure out which grants, what return on investment are we getting? Are we worsening overrepresentation? Are we causing any problems with sustainability of these government or these community organizations to fulfill their mandate that supports the work? So maybe just more certainty around the timeline of when the office was able to look at these reductions and put in just certainty that there actually was an equity lens analysis.
I recognize the minister.
To be clear, the representatives of our office and all the departments might not have had hands-on analysis of things like analyzing grants and doing that work. That might be something that would come across their desk. The role they have in these departments is to make sure that we have procedures and policies in place. The people are trained to actually view everything they do through an equity lens. So this is something that we're working on. I don't think every department is totally there yet. I don't think probably any facet of society is totally there yet. This is something that is going to have to continue to be reinforced and built on, no matter where you are in society, whether you're in the public sector, whether you're in the private sector. Decisions you make have effects on everybody, and everyone needs to view things in a manner that treats all Nova Scotians equally, with fairness and respect. That's the direction society needs to move in. I think the establishment of the Office of Anti-Racism and Equity and Anti-Racism will move us forward in that direction. In terms of government departments, having representatives from that office in there who have the background, have the training, have the cultural capacity to do training, to express and push that every decision made by all members of that department are viewed through an equity lens, that's an important role. So in terms of hands-on analyzing everyday decisions by every member of every department, that's just not going to be possible at any time. But what is possible is that we have someone that's over there that understands impacts, understands how to view cultural awareness, how to view equal treatment of everyone in terms of equity. I think that's a huge improvement in the way departments work. I can tell you that I've seen it directly in the school system because it came down through the Department of Education into the school system, and I've seen professional development for all staff, not just teachers, bus drivers, educational assistants, cafeteria workers, custodians. We've seen equity training, cultural awareness training go throughout the system. That's the type of process we need throughout every department because people don't know what they don't know. People aren't aware of what they're not aware of. So having staff in every department to view things through a lens like that, I think is a huge improvement in the way government works. I've seen it directly on the ground in my previous employment, and I can say it was a huge leap forward. It's something that I support and will continue to support. In terms of analysis of grants, I mean, that comes through staff in departments, but they're not the ones that make the final decision. Those final decisions have to flow through the minister, and then I sit on Treasury Board. You know, they have to come up through Treasury Board, and in the end, you know, the government makes decisions based on what they think is the best path forward to be fiscally responsible, to make sure that we protect core services of government, and to reduce the impact on average everyday citizens by not targeting frontline services. So those are the goals, and that was done. I can tell you that this is tough. These decisions are tough. They're not easy to make, but I can tell you they were done with care. They were done with great sensitivity, and it's something that quite frankly, the fiscal challenges that we face now require us to view the way we spend taxpayer money with great responsibility, and we take that seriously.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I guess a couple comments there. First, I'm glad that Minister of this office is at Treasury Board because a lot of decisions are made there that not all cabinet ministers see, and certainly not the caucus, but also this is not a day-to-day decision. So I think there's a higher magnitude of impact when we're preparing for a budget to make sure that these qualified staff, which I know the minister has complimented, are involved because this is really about systems change, and a program review is going through a system that hasn't always been there for marginalized communities. But I am running out a little bit of time. I do want to ask about the Dismantling Racism and Hate Act and how that's going to be evaluated moving forward, ensuring that the community voice continues to be included, and how are we going to ensure that that community feedback is implemented in the work around that act as that moves forward, because community feedback is so important for that kind of work. And then I'll just ask, because I'll probably only get to one answer on this, so I'll package it with the other strategies being worked on in that office around the equity and anti-racism strategy and the 2SLGBTQ plus strategy, all those things that are being worked on. Like, how does the minister personally see the process unfolding with community consultation?
I recognize the minister with just over 5 minutes left.
Let's take a couple minutes and I'll come back.
Very well. I recognize the minister.
So in the short couple minutes I've left, I'm going to answer this as fully as I can, but we may have to come back to another round to expand on it a bit more. So the government of Nova Scotia is taking concrete action to dismantle systemic hate and racism in the province. And we're connected to diverse communities and working with them to ensure that progress is informed by their voices and experience. And we're committed to building a more inclusive and equitable province here in Nova Scotia where every Nova Scotian feels they belong. So the act the member speaks of, the Dismantling Hate and Racism Act, was passed on April 1st of 2022. We talked about it earlier tonight. It's the catalyst for an all-of-government effort to address systemic hate, inequity, and racism in Nova Scotia. The act was drafted by an all-party committee, informed by community engagement, OEA met with over 70 organizations and over 1,200 Nova Scotians to learn what community felt was needed to be included in this legislation. The Act, which addresses both equity and racism, is the first of its kind in Canada, and other similar acts in the country have only focused on racism. I was very honored to release the 2S LGBTQIA plus action plan in January, early January. Immediately, actions started to be taken. We initiated a grant program. There's over $150,000 in grants. Already, we have numerous applications for those grants. They're up to $25,000. They can be spread to all kinds of different actions to try to eliminate hate, racism in this province. We're actually planning a conference, hopefully for the fall, or maybe early winter, but we're hoping to get it done this year, where we actually engage stakeholders across the province in a conference to design and talk about next steps. And we're also looking at opening up to LGBTQIA Nova Scotians as an employment equity group in public service hiring. So there's actions that have been put forward in that plan. We're already taking strong steps to initiate those actions, and we will continue to work with community to hear recommendations as we move this process forward. Because it's not good enough just to have one round of consultation, no matter if there's so many groups and 1,200 Nova Scotians, because times change and things change. So the consultation has to be continued, and that's part of what that conference is about, and there will be other opportunities for consultation as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you. Looks like I do have a minute. I'll try to get a quick one. So the RCMP agreement expires in 2032. Are negotiations commencing now? Is it the intent for the Minister of Justice to extend the agreement with the RCMP just based on the response from the prior minister?
I recognize the minister.
Yes, I actually have had a couple of meetings with the Federal Minister of Public Safety, who's indicated to me strongly that there's no intent of the federal government to pull away from that contract. So we'll be engaging with the federal government to renew that contract. So the RCMP would remain Nova Scotia's provincial police force. They have the resources that we need in order to conduct it. To try to go on our own and have like a Nova Scotia provincial police, that's something that you could never do in a short term like this. We'd never have the resources. We'd never be able to build the infrastructure. We'd never be able to build the training facilities that the RCMP have as our provincial police force. So our intent is to continue to work and negotiate with the federal government. As I said, I've had a couple of meetings now with the Federal Minister of Public Services, who also committed to this, and he's expressed to me that there's no intent that the federal government will pull away from contract policing for the provinces.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect. 1 minute left.
Oh, I thought I only had 1 minute last time, but no, that was a pretty effective answer in that time, so I'll just leave it there. I really appreciate your time, Scott. Yeah.
We're okay. Very good. Well, can we take a quick recess, and then we'll return with the NDP leading the questions. Very good. Recess, please. Order, please. We'll start the next round of questioning, 17 minutes. I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Chair, I want to talk about the wellness courts, because I'm just curious to know, have we expanded the wellness courts across the province to make up for the fact that there were only 2 domestic violence courts in the province? I'm just wondering, where are we with that, and have we opened up more of those?
I recognize the minister.
Well, I want to thank the member for her question. The most recent expansion of wellness courts began in Kentville last summer. There are presently wellness courts in Sydney, Port Hawkesbury, Amherst, Truro, Shubenacadie, Halifax, Dartmouth, Kentville, and Waymacook. So there's a number of them throughout the province.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
I'd like to thank the minister for that, because that was a question that was asked in 2024, so I'm glad to hear that there are a number of those already up and going. So my next question is about Cornerstone Cape Breton. They have programs for adult males who have pleaded guilty to gender-based violence. As the minister knows, this is important prevention work. So we know that the cost of everything is going up, from wages to rent for commercial spaces, and they receive $220,000. I'm wondering, has the department checked in with Cornerstone to see if this funding amount is keeping up with the demand? Because that is quite a small number that they've only been receiving since 2017.
I recognize the minister.
Well, thank the member for the question. This is one of those grants that we provided that we did not reduce. As you know, domestic violence is a huge issue in Nova Scotia, and partner violence is an epidemic in Nova Scotia. And we have to do everything we can to try to support victims in particular, but also support the people that might perpetrate this and make sure that they change their behavior so they don't repeat it in the future. This is something that I'm committed to personally as well. As you said, the 2025-2026 budget for Cornerstone was $220,000. That's been maintained this year. However, the overall investment we have this year for domestic violence grant funding has gone up by over $200,000. So it's gone up from $638,800 to $833,800. So we've actually expanded the amount of grant funding we have. We haven't allocated it all yet. So this is something where throughout there you'll see us be able to make adjustments to support different areas that need it. So Cornerstone would be eligible to be part of that increase. That's something that we will make as we go forward. We're fairly convinced that there's some that will be able to meet all their obligations with their current envelope of funding. But as we move forward, if that's not true, we have some flexibility to continue to support things, and that just shows you our commitment to dealing with domestic violence and intimate partner violence and gender-based violence. So we've got a little flexibility moving forward here, but I can tell you that we will be investing all of that money, all that envelope, in grants to support victims and grants to support people that might be perpetrating this. So we take this very seriously, and we have the budget line to support it.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Center, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. That's great news to hear that their funding is going to remain stable. I would like to see, an increase in it. My question is with regards to places like EFRI and Cornerstone that are doing preventative. They're mandated to do reactive work, so work to stop recidivism. But my question is, do you see a place where they can start getting more money and grants for preventative work? So people that do not have to plead guilty to domestic violence, but who are perpetrating it and notice the behavior, realize it needs to change, and trying to seek help.
I recognize the minister.
I'm going to just go back to my time at OSD a bit too, because we have other programs that are funded through OSD and some other departments that do a lot of this preventative work. Strengthening Fathers, one program that comes to mind. I know that operates in Cape Breton, operates in Pictou, operates in Halifax, and other parts of the province. In my previous role, I actually was talking to staff and people that are working on that. So that's a program I know that's been very effective in terms of being as preventative things. When we're in justice, we kind of deal with people that have already perpetrated the crimes, and we're trying to support them and make sure that they don't do it again. But we do have other programs from other departments that are active in that. I know the Department of Education, and I've seen it work as well, has programs, healthy relationship training, particularly in middle school, and even starting now, even before middle school. I think it's really important that we have programs like that in the school system as well to teach students how to have healthy relationships. Unfortunately, there are many young people in the province that don't have good role modeling within their homes. And that's where the school system has to pick up and help and make sure that we have some suitable curriculum in place to help support this, because you have to build these concepts and these values in early. So there are preventative measures, there are preventative curriculum in the school system, there are programs like Strengthening Fathers taking place. Doesn't mean that the Correctional Service can't act proactively. Maybe if somebody's been incarcerated for other crimes, they can take courses and that have educational opportunities in there. So that's something I'll take under advisement, and I'll ask about that. Typically in the court system, we're dealing with people that are, because we wouldn't have access to them until they got to the court system, but that doesn't mean that we don't have other departments already doing proactive work like that. preventing gender-based violence. Several departments now are seized upon this. We have the gender-based violence table that we're working on, the minister's table. They have several action groups, so this is something I might take to them to see if they can make suggestions on what effective programs we can do to try to prevent domestic violence from taking place before we have issues where people are going to jail for it. So I take that under advisement, and we'll keep working positively in this area.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Center. Oh, excuse me. I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to make a suggestion for the possibility of E-Fry to be on that, the table, on the minister's table, so that there can be a different perspective. And that's the minister's, what is the gender-based violence table? The minister's table, thank you. Just reversed it. You want to make that as a suggestion so that the minister can, possibly look at that. I have a question about the budget line, and it's on page 16.7. In the budget line for community safety, it is decreasing by 63%. I'm just wondering, can the minister tell me what has been cut there, and did the minister consult with the communities before this cut?
I recognize the member. 16.7 was what was stated. I recognize the minister.
I was kind of surprised by the question because I knew that didn't happen. So what's happening there is this is a shift of a program area into a different cost center. So that's still fully funded. It's just in a different cost center. So it's a movement of the legislative security to the compliance and enforcement line. So that it's just a movement of budget within that. So there has been no reduction there.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you. I want to thank the minister for clarity. See, that's why I asked the question, so that we know where the funding is going. So I'm going to ask a quick question about CERT. Can the minister tell us if the budget for the Serious Incident Response Team is decreasing in the upcoming fiscal year?
I recognize the minister.
It's also on 16.7, so the budget is increasing from 2 million, just over 2,500,000 to 3 million, just over 3 million.
I recognize the minister.
Can you see that on 16.7? Yeah, it's increasing.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you for that. I was asking, was it decreasing or not? But you clarified that as well. I appreciate it. And I only have 1 minute left, and I know that I can always.
That's the time for this thing, right?
No. I have a minute 30. So I do want to say thank you to the minister for taking this time this evening to answer the questions, and I know that I can still have ongoing conversation with the minister. And I also want to thank the staff from your departments, because I know that they do a lot of work and there's a lot of moving pieces, especially with the number of areas in which you cover. So once again, I just want to say thank you, and I hope we can continue this ongoing conversation.
I recognize the minister.
Well, I want to thank the member for tonight. I think we were able to answer most of the questions, and I actually thank her for the specific and professional questions that were asked. But I also do want to acknowledge and thank the staff that are supporting us. I'm a relatively new minister in a very large department, and I moved over this year. The deputy's really new, so he's working tremendously hard, because it's hard to learn this whole department in the space of a month and then come do estimates. So he's been getting great support from a tremendous staff we have at Justice, who are vested in trying to provide not only a tremendous justice system for all Nova Scotians, but one that's increasingly open and increasingly supportive of equity and inclusion, and making sure a justice system that treats all Nova Scotians equally and fairly. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. And I'll offer you a few minutes to make some closing remarks and to move your estimates. I recognize the minister.
Gonna keep going. No, I think we're supposed to. Our understanding is we're going to keep going, Mr. Chair. No. Did you?
Oh, order, please. I'll just get some clarification. I can confirm that we're good to close this out. Let's take a quick recess. Order, please.
Back in? Alrighty then.
We have 2 minutes, correct?
Yeah, we had a 3-minute recess, so 27, 4 minutes.
So 4 minutes.
4 minutes. I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we know that the gender-based violence division within the department is small but mighty, and you mentioned that in your remarks. But they're doing their best to keep Nova Scotians safe, and we truly appreciate that. I just want to get a few updates on the work that this team is doing. So, recommendation 14 of the Desmond Fatality Inquiry called on the Department of Justice, in coordination with the Department of Opportunities and Social Development, to review the high-risk case coordination protocol. I'm wondering if the minister can provide a timeline, and is the review underway? So there's 3 things. Provide a timeline about the review of the high-risk case coordination protocol. Is the review underway? And when can Nova Scotians expect changes to be made to the high-risk case coordination protocol?
I recognize the minister.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just so anyone watching, the high-risk protocol was implemented first in 2004, so it's something that's been around for 22 years. It helps frontline service responders and service providers work together to protect people at serious risk of domestic violence by sharing vital information and coordinating efforts. It's designed to improve safety, reduce risk, and prevent duplication, ensuring that high-risk cases receive timely and effective support. As you know, a high-risk domestic violence case, I mean, that's something that where someone's life is probably in danger. We are reviewing and strengthening.
Order, please. It is now 10:35 p.m. and the House is set to adjourn at 11:59 p.m. That concludes the subcommittee's consideration of estimates for today. The subcommittee will resume consideration when the House again resolves into a committee of the whole and supply. Please return to your seats in the legislative chamber. The committee of the whole must rise and report before the House concludes its business for the day.